Are we live? Okay, we have quorum, and so we will get going. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and if those who are able could rise for the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all Métis, First Nation, and Inuit people. Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, I'd like to call for an approval of the agenda. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Trustee Williams and Trustee Laskin. All in favor will do this show of hands or say aye to those online. Any opposed? Aye. Okay, hearing no opposition, that has carried. At this time, I'd like to ask trustees if there are any declarations of possible conflict of interest. Okay, not hearing any, we will assume that there aren't any. Number 4, we do have some delegations this evening. We are going to start with Aaron Kucharczyk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
he's online. Hi, Aaron. Have I pronounced your name correctly?
It's Aaron Kucharczyk.
Kucharczyk. Okay, welcome, Aaron. So the way this works is you will have 5 minutes to delegate. After your 5 minutes, if you could just stay on the line for a moment in case there are questions of clarification from trustees. There may not be, but there might be questions of clarification. And I would just remind all delegates that the TDSB's Code of Conduct applies to all of our meetings. And so we just ask that everybody is treated with respect and kindness and with an openness of mind. So with that, we can hear you nicely, so that's great. And I will turn the microphone over to you, and you'll notice that there's a 5-minute clock on the screen. At the 1-minute mark, we will give you a heads up with a little ding of a bell, and that will just kind of remind you that you have 1 minute left. Okay?
Okay.
The floor is yours, Aaron. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aaron Kucharczyk, and I am a TDSB parent of 3 children. I am here to express my support for the motion to request a report about the plagiarism and fabrication contained within a literature review provided by TDSB staff to our trustees. Not only do I support the motion, I actually don't think it goes far enough. Specifically, I think 3 things need to be added to the motion. First, the report should investigate why this document was commissioned in the first place. Second, the report needs to be transparent and made public. And third, the literature review needs to be redone, but in a more meaningful way, in a way that reviews the entire decision to switch from merit-based approach to admittance into student interest programs to an identity-based lottery approach. I'll expand. First, I think the report should outline why this literature review was commissioned in the first place. It seems like a total waste of resources, and the true waste will only be known if we investigate both the cost and the underlying reasons for the report. The report does not make sense to support decision-making, as the decision was already made. The report doesn't make sense as a review of the decision because the decision was not actually discussed in the report. The word lottery does not appear in the document. The report also doesn't make sense as an orientation to new trustees because it, again, didn't discuss the actual decisions and the situation at the TDSB. There simply appears to be no good reason why this particular report would have been created in the first place, and I think that this is something that needs to be explored in addition to the cost. Second, I think it is important for the report to be made public. The TDSB staff report plagiarized over 50% of the document. More than 20% of the citations in the document were completely fabricated. Imagine that, a literature review where 20% of the reviewed literature is completely made up. The TDSB's blatant infraction of academic integrity policies in a public spectacle-like manner needs to be resolved in a similarly public manner. These are policies that we expect our students to comply with, and a failure to resolve this publicly with visible consequences sets the wrong example for our children and ruins the TDSB's credibility as it relates to academic honesty and integrity. Third, I think the report needs to be redone, but in a more meaningful way. First, I think it's obvious that the TDSB staff are actually obligated to redo the report. But secondly, let me ask everyone, what would you do if your child plagiarized more than 50% of their work, if they completely fabricated more than 20% of the citations? You would make them do it again, properly. Keep that in mind, and then remember that you are all trustees that have been democratically elected with basically the sole function of providing oversight and accountability of TDSB staff. The TDSB should be required to redo the report, but unlike the original, make it meaningful and helpful to trustees. It should review best practices, the performance and experience with the identity lottery approach taken by the TDSB, a review of other examples of identity lotteries in other jurisdictions, and so on. It should be helpful to trustees to support their decision-making. And so to summarize, I don't think you all have a very hard decision on this particular item, because I don't think anyone wants to be the one that votes against holding staff accountable for violating standards that we apply to our students. I don't think anyone wants to be the one who votes for applying higher standards to our children than our educators. And I don't think anyone wants to be the one who votes against ensuring elected trustees have correct and accurate information on which to base their decisions. So please vote in favor of this motion, and even please expand upon it as I have suggested, to ensure that the report covers why the document was commissioned, to ensure that the report is made public, and to ensure that the TDSB staff corrects the record by providing our trustees with complete and accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there is a question. Trustee Pei, please go ahead with your question of clarification for the deputant.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron, for your delegation. I have a question for you. You said you think the TDSB staff are obligated to redo the report. Can you clarify what do you really mean by that?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, I think it's important to keep in mind that while the motion is focused on academic integrity, this is actually a much more serious matter. This is not an academic paper. The plagiarism and false citations are obviously very problematic regardless of the context. But in this context, it amounts to TDSB staff presenting false information to our public elected officials, having the effect of subverting decision-making, of subverting democracy. We elect our trustees, and those elections mean nothing if TDSB staff simply provide them with false information to support outcomes desired by TDSB staff. The TDSB did not have an obligation to bring the literature review to our trustees, but now that they have done so in a materially inaccurate way, they now have the obligation to correct the record. The onus is on TDSB staff to support our elected officials, and ensuring our trustees have accurate information is paramount. If the TDSB staff present false or misleading information and then don't correct the record, they will be obviously in breach of this fundamental duty. The fact that we are about a year after the report was presented to our trustees and this correction has not yet happened already is deeply disturbing and a sign of major dysfunction at the TDSB. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Pei. And thank you, Aaron, for speaking with us this afternoon. They see no further questions from trustees.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so up next, we have a delegation on the status of childcare centers by Susan Cawley. Susan, can you hear me? Susan, can you press star mute? Or sorry, star 6?
Yeah, does that work?
Yes, we can hear you. Wonderful.
Can you hear me now? Fantastic. Thank you so much. And first, I'd like to start by thanking the trustees for giving me the opportunity to speak today on this important issue about childcare in schools, construction, of course. The report before you is comprehensive and well written and outlines the challenges that the TDSB is facing with capital funding for childcare projects in schools. And unfortunately, families and school communities who are affected by the decisions you and the ministry will make about new childcare spaces are unaware of this report. I'm reading the wrong thing. Hold on, just give me a minute. Sorry. Here we go. Yeah. The details of the issue. Yeah. My compulsion in addressing you today is driven by the reality that the Ontario Ministry of Education seems to be doing everything in its power to doom to failure the innovative Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan, also known as the $10 a day plan, and to blame everyone but themselves in the process. The ministry has demonstrated this in several ways. It's failed to address the issue of staff shortages by sufficiently improving the wages and benefits of early childhood educators in Ontario. The recently announced increases are just directed to ECEs at the bottom end of the salary range and do not touch the majority of Toronto ECEs. It's failed, number two, to produce a funding formula that will enable childcare operators to meet their actual costs, and consequently has thrown many centres into deficit, compelled the closure of rooms, encouraged some programs to withdraw from the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement that we call CWELC, and completely discouraged expansion, which is so badly needed for so many parents in Ontario. Three, it has failed to provide any capital funding for community childcare centres across the province, leaving expansion to the for-profit sector and its ability to attract private investment. And now, number four, it has added insult to injury by announcing 3 times that it is expanding early learning and childcare spaces in schools by 30,000 spaces, yet refusing to meet the actual cost of construction. As you're probably aware, the refusal to fund school board spaces is not restricted to the TDSB, nor to the Toronto Catholic School Board as either. This is occurring right across the province. Last fall, the ministry sent out what's called an embargoed email, which means they can't share it with anyone, to all school boards and service system managers across the province, with a declaration that they would only increase originally approved costs by 25%, the same that happened to the TDSB. Despite the cumbersome ministry approval process, the interruption of COVID-19, construction shortages of labour and materials, and significant cost escalations everywhere, this has resulted in a 43% increase in the cost of the TDSB schools. Elsewhere in the province, these cost escalations have risen by up to 100%. So you are not alone, as I'm sure you know. Last year, B2C2 conducted a study of all school boards in Ontario and found that in those projects that were stalled, they were entirely due to the problems of cost escalations and slow ministry responses, and not to the individual errors and slowness of the school boards themselves. There is frustration about this right across the province. This situation is exacerbated by the fact that the only capital funding available to achieve the goal of mostly non-profit early learning and childcare centres in Ontario lies with the school boards. The community sector has only been allocated a maximum of $350,000 per centre, which, as you may imagine, will only cover the cost of equipment and supplies once the centres are built or retrofitted. As a result, schools in the TDSB will lose 2,035 spaces, the vast majority of which are planned in schools where childcare has previously been underserviced and in areas where previously underrepresented or marginal populations will no longer have access to these spaces. Shame, I say. This is particularly ironic, given that the ministry has rendered an allocation of 18,177 total spaces to the City of Toronto by 2025 to 26. These allocations were distributed with strict guidelines to the system service managers to use their allocations to expand spaces in areas of priority, which addresses low-income, Indigenous, racialized, new immigrant, Francophone, and children with special needs. 4,550 of this allocation, as you know, was to be in schools. I have no evidence for this, but it would be great if someone could take a look at how the ministry has dealt with cost escalations and overruns for Highway 413, bridges, and other big Ontario construction projects.
Ms. Colley?
I would suspect that those, yeah.
I'm sorry, but your time is up. But there's at least one question from trustees for clarification. So I'm going to move to that section
Can I
of the
just finish the
delegation.
sentence?
Pardon me?
I just wanted to finish the sentence.
Sure.
I wanted to say
To
that
the chair,
surely
I
somebody...
can ask her the question and then she can finish her thought.
Thank
Is that
you.
okay?
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Sorry, Susan, is Trustee Delegation here? Would you be able to finish your thought first, and then I'll ask you my question?
Yes, I wanted to say, surely our children aren't less important or less valuable than a piece of concrete. So I'm just saying that this, I think that this is an issue that is very particular to childcare and probably doesn't apply to all construction projects around the province. And then I just wanted to say also that I really urge you to continue negotiations and advocacy and working with OPSA and OPSA and other bodies to keep up the pressure, because we really don't want to lose all these valuable spaces across the province.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me finish.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Colley. At this time, we're going to move on to questions of clarification from trustees. Trustee DeVitis, you're first on the list. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I know I already bit into a bit of my time on that last item. Susan, thank you for coming in and speaking on this issue. My question is in regards to a statement I saw today from the Minister of Education. Apparently, on some of these projects that we haven't yet started, they're stating that we've come in up to 300% over budget. What do you make of that? What does it mean to say that we're over 300% over budget on a particular project, childcare center, that we have yet to be able to get approval and funding for?
I haven't read the statement yet, but is he talking about 300% across the province or just with TDSB?
No, for a particular project, for a childcare center. And more in general, that we're over budget, so they haven't been able to approve us because we're not being efficient at procuring the contracts.
Yes. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that given all of the things that have happened in the last few years, like the COVID and cost escalation, shortages, and so on and so forth, I think it's the most responsible thing is for all school boards to re-tender their projects and take the lowest tender. And if the lowest tender, which I really doubt it would be 300% more, I don't know what he means by that, but I understand that in the case of TDSB, it's 43% more than previous projects, in which case that would seem to be really acceptable. And I would think that the province should proceed with that. And as I said, I'm quite sure they're not, that construction projects like bridges and roads are also experiencing these issues. And surely they're not turning those projects down.
Thank you again through the chair, Susan, and we appreciate your advocacy as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I would just like to thank you, Ms. Colley, for coming and speaking to us this afternoon. Next up, we have our last oral delegation, and this one is in person. So I'd like to welcome Bruce Kidd and John Sewell, who will be speaking to us about item number 9.1. This is the banning ads for gambling motion by trustees Laskin and Arts.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Bruce Kidd, and I'm here with John Sewell, and we're here on behalf of the campaign to ban ads for gambling. And we're here to urge the board to adopt the motion asking the federal government to pass legislation to prohibit advertising for gambling, just as it is passed legislation to prohibit advertising for tobacco and cannabis, and to ask other boards of education in Ontario and across Canada to do the same. and I'll briefly speak to the points set out in the brief that we submitted this morning, and I hope you all have a copy of that brief. Since Parliament legalized sports betting in Canada in 2021, there has been an explosion of advertising for gambling on television, radio and social media, in sports venues, on player uniforms, billboards. It seems almost across the landscape. And as a consequence, a tremendous growth of sports betting. In its first year of operation, iGaming in Ontario reported 1.6 million active bettors, many of them betting for the first time. In the last quarter of 2023, they bet $3.1 billion. But gambling can lead to significant harm, including runaway debt, stress to families, low self-esteem, anxiety, depression, and even suicide. Stats Canada has estimated that 1.6% of adult gamblers are at moderate to high risk of gambling disorders. That's more than 300,000 Canadians. Problem gambling is a mental health issue and has been defined as an addictive disorder, the only non-substance addiction so identified. Underage gambling is common too, and with the ubiquitous ads is spreading. Ads make people much more susceptible to gamble, legitimate sports betting, and it has been intensified with the use of phones to place a bet so that you can almost bet instantaneously. As one psychologist, Steve Jordans of the University of Toronto has said, online betting has been designed to hook or to groom children, youth, and other vulnerable people into addiction. And there is just widespread evidence of that. In his testimony to the Senate earlier this year, Senator Stan Kutcher recounted how when he was last watching a sports event on television with his grandchildren, they asked him, "Grandpa, please help us learn how we can bet." And in a podcast conducted by the Canadian Mental Health Association, Saskatchewan, last fall, the chief educator reported that they've moved the preventive education about gambling from grade 9 to grade 1 because of the way in which these ads groom for addiction. International research shows that the restriction of ads can prevent or minimize the harms from gambling, especially among children, youth, and other vulnerable groups. The number one step towards harm reduction is to restrain and to eliminate the ads. So we call upon you to support the efforts at Parliament to ban ads for gambling in the same way and for the same health reasons that Parliament previously banned ads for tobacco and cannabis. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we do have some questions of clarification for you, so don't go anywhere. Trustee Arts, you're first.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation and for coming to speak to us today. I wondered if you could clarify some of the places that children and youth are being exposed to gambling ads, as that would be our mandate to protect children especially.
Well, they're exposed by television, they're exposed by the social media, and most insidiously, they're exposed by ads placed in sports facilities that are primarily for children and youth. One of my colleagues in Guelph coaches his 13-year-old son's team, and he distributed to our group a photograph, and I can share it with you, of the arena where only children and teenage players play, boys and girls. And the rink boards are just plastered with ads for gambling. And on the doors into the dressing rooms and the washrooms, there are ads for gambling plastered there. They legitimate sports betting, and from all kinds of anecdotal reports that we've received, sadly the survey research is not yet available, they intensify the desire among young people to gamble. And as I was saying to you before we started, it's primarily boys and young men. Some analysts are calling this another crisis of masculinity because young men, particularly young men who are attracted to sport, have just devoted their lives to sports betting and gambling as a result of these ads.
Thank you. You mentioned that you are petitioning the federal government. Is there also petitions going to provincial governments?
We have appealed to the provincial government on several issues, including the nature of the ads, including the regulations affecting the gambling companies. We'd like the Ontario government to direct the gambling companies not to accept bets on amateur, school, college, university sports, along with the Olympic and the Paralympic sports, to say that these forms of educational sports and amateur sports and community-based sports are off limit to the gambling companies. But unfortunately, they do not respond to our entreaties. We've also asked them to further amend their regulation about who can endorse gambling as influencers, which is much in the news this year, to the broadcasters, because in some sports broadcasts, the commentators seamlessly talk up the odds, and we find that upsetting too. It's the legitimation of sports betting on sports events where 10–15% of the audience are children and youth that we find really problematic.
Okay. Trustee Arts, you're out of time, but we do have a large speaker list, so don't worry, there's more questions for you. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin, followed by Trustee Williams and Trustee Hastings.
Thank you very much, and sincerely appreciate you bringing this to our attention and for coming in person today. You mentioned about the harm, the mental health harm, and I'm just wondering if you would just tell us a little bit more about your findings with regard to mental health in children and youth.
Well, it's a complex answer. It's a spectrum of harms, from lack of focus, dropping out of school, dropping out of other physical activities, to deep depression and even suicide. It is estimated that 400 young men in the UK commit suicide every year because of the debts and the other harms. Psychologists will tell you that it's interlinked to other mental health ills, and sometimes it's addiction to sports betting that is the cause. Sometimes other things are the causes that lead people into a downward spiral of losing sports betting. So it's a complex determination, but it means, you know, these things that I know you're concerned about, a lack of focus, a lack of attention to studies, a lack of attention to family and community responsibilities, and from the point of view of physical education, a complete abandonment of active and healthy physical activity. Sports betting is presented as important to sports, but it disembodies the experience of sport, and it means that kids can sit on their phones and just sit on the couch and not be physically active, and that is highly problematic as well.
Thank you very much, and through you, Madam Chair, I'd just like to thank Mr. Sewell and Mr. Kidd again for their advocacy over the years. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Trustee Williams. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, I also just want to express my deep gratitude and thanks for bringing this delegation, Mr. Kidd and Mr. Sewell. My question actually was asked by Trustee Laskin, so let me pivot to a different question. You mentioned that you'd done quite a bit of advocacy to the province. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that a bit. And the question that comes out of that is, will you continue that advocacy? How do you feel you can pursue that as well?
We will continue that, and we have pushed the ruling party and members of its caucus. We pushed the two opposition parties, and we've had some response, but nowhere near enough. And from the government and from the Alcohol Gaming Commission of Ontario, we've never had any response. We've had a much better response federally, and the federal government has the responsibility for the ultimate regulation of the ads. So that's where we're spending our limited amount of time. And I'll pass it over.
I just have one small comment. The great problem with the provincial government is that they make a lot of money out of it. They make revenue out of the gambling. And that's a reason why, maybe why they never respond to us. We've made briefs to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission. No response. We've sent letters to various ministers, no response. So I think it's a money issue. But it's as Bruce says, the key thing is getting a federal law like we have for tobacco and cannabis. Because at the moment, you can only gamble if you're either in Ontario or Alberta. The other provinces have not authorized it in the same sort of way, but in fact, we know that people across the country are gambling, pretending they're in Ontario.
Thank you. Through the chair, those are my questions. And thank you again for coming forward with this very important issue.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Hastings, you're next.
Good afternoon, sirs. Thank you for bringing forward this issue. I do have a question, and it's just something that's come of late. Do you think with the advent of removing the famous people from giving their blessing to going out and blessing, going out and betting, going out and saying, I'm blessing you for going and betting, do you think it has an event? Do you think it has, do you think it has, sorry, my tongue's playing games today. But anyway, do you think it will lend to less?
Well, that restriction went into a, thank you very much. That's a very pertinent and timely question because the regulation of which you speak only went into effect today. And there are several media stories today arguing about the very question that you have posed. Simon Hout in the Globe and Mail this morning argued that it's probably going to have very little effect because they're going to find a way around it. So I think we need to see what what is happening. The international experience in Europe, Australia, and other countries would be that these qualified ads that the Ontario regulation seems to set up are really not very effective. And to be effective, and particularly to restrict the harm on children and youth, you need a much more ambitious system of regulation, either a full ban, which is what we are calling for, and what is the case in 4 European countries and is now being contemplated in Australia, or something like a whistle-to-whistle ban. So the ads would be prohibited from the live telecast, or something like a ban for those times when children or youth are considered to be watching a televised game, like no ads up until 10 o'clock at night. But you ask a very timely question, and I think we all need to worry about what the proper answer is.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that Austin Matthews and people like that can't come out and say, hey, we're gambling. But what they still can do is say, you should gamble responsibly. And of course, our fear is that they're going to say, of course I gamble, but I gamble responsibly. That's the problem. And I think the experience in the UK is trying to put limits on the advertising. They took them off sweaters, can't do it on sweaters, and so forth. Doesn't really work. You have to do what's happened for tobacco and cannabis, just saying no advertising. And as we know, it's been very effective we don't know about cannabis yet. For tobacco, it's been very effective in cutting back tobacco use.
Thank you very much. Your time has elapsed, Trustee Hastings. Trustee McLean, you are next on the list. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, like my colleagues, I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for presenting today. I want to share a question that Trustee Arts actually had, and her time ran out, about whether you have any resources for parents to advocate as well. Do you have vehicles that parents might be able to join the point of this motion and the efforts that you gentlemen have been in?
We'd love that, but we're just getting started. We know each other from high school in the TDSB.
We both went to Malvern Collegiate. We were both on the track team. He was the runner, right?
Yeah, we've heard. We've heard.
What people forget was that I was a high jumper. They forgot that.
But anyway, so we're doing this, but there's a lot more to be done. We understand that George Curtis, who is the Director of Physical Education and Health here in the TDSB, is developing an educational program for schools. And I think the next step would be, Mr. McLean, a program for parents. And I think that the Canadian Mental Health Association would probably lend support to that, and maybe CAMH, but we're not there yet.
We do have a website, banadsforgambling.ca. We have a bulletin that we put out, and so we're trying to get the word around. We've started a social media program, so we're trying to do that.
But that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to answer, before I run out of time, I'm going to ask a question because they don't have any problem dinging me, but I have a good fear that they're not going to haul you in. I'm going to ask about, you indicated you've had more success with the federal government. So I wanted to, if you could expand on that, because that's really what you think will be the remedy, and what kind of success you've gotten, because they've taken your meetings apparently that the province hasn't, and how have they been willing to move in the direction that you believe is most appropriate?
There is a private member's bill in the Senate right now, which is an enabling bill, and I hope your motion and your advocacy will speed up that bill. We also have undertakings from MPs in all 5 political parties, including the Bloc, to support a version of restriction when it comes to the House of Commons. It's complicated, though, because it involves several ministries, Canadian Heritage, Health, Justice, Addictions, and so on. So it's moving itself slowly, and as you know, more than anybody, I think, the legislative calendar is full and it's very complicated. But it is moving, and with your advocacy, you know, the largest and the most prestigious school board in Canada, that will be important support to move this bill forward. And we hope too that when this bill comes to, whether it finally goes to the committee in the Senate or the House, and there are public hearings, we hope that through the chair or through George Curtis or some other way, the TDSB lends its voice, because it's really important that somebody in your position add weight to the pressure for this bill.
Can I just add two things? One, the bill, Bill S-269, we expect to be coming forward for second reading by the middle of March. That's our hope. That's what we've sort of been told is the case. Their agenda has been totally full, and they've just begun after the Christmas holidays. And we're hoping then that it'll get through the Senate and be approved by the Senate, and then will be sent to the House of Commons. And that will force the issue there. If we're lucky, that's going to happen before the summer. So getting as much support as we can now will be very helpful, because we think if that bill does get through, then in fact, I think the MPs that we've talked to are going to feel, okay, now we can go forward on it, because we've had trouble getting them to take a leadership position. You know, I mean, as we know, most of the things are controlled by the Prime Minister's office. And the last point I wanted to make
respectfully, Mr. Sewell, we're at the limit. I've added myself to the list. You may be able to work it into questions, so just stay tight. I'm going to just pass am I the last one on the list? At this point, I'm the last one on the list, so I'm going to pass the chair, if that's okay, to the vice chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Chancellor.
To the delegates, thank you so much for coming today. Could we ask that you keep us informed about the tracking of this through the federal government, so that we can lend our voice if there's an opportunity to do so, if they're seeking feedback or anything like that? I think that would be helpful for us to just keep on track on that. My other question for you, just as you've been talking about this and raising awareness, and you do flatter us by telling us we're the most prestigious board, but I do wonder, have you reached out, and this is not a question I normally ask in these meetings, but have you reached out to private schools, particularly boys' private schools? Because I will tell you that when we started talking about cell phone use in classrooms, I did get emails from parents that one of the concerns that they have around cell phone use is the gambling ads and the ability to gamble, particularly affect it's having, because we talked a lot about mental health with girls, but with boys in particular, cell phones are linked to gambling with boys. And I wonder if you've reached out to them.
we have not, but that's a terrific idea, and we will do that.
Okay.
I will draft some letters tomorrow that we can send to, you know, to St. Michael's and UCC. That's a terrific idea. Thank you.
I think there's power in and strength in our collective work where there's opportunities, and this to me is one of them that affects all kids in particular, and boys in particular. So I mean, it may affect girls, but what I've heard from parents has been particularly regarding boys.
Thank you.
So that's it
Pass
for
the
me.
chair back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. It's been a very rich discussion with all of our delegates this afternoon. I do want to draw trustees' attention. There was a delegation package sent to everybody in person and in email, including the delegation that we had tonight from Mr. Sewell and Mr. Kidd. That is included in it, but there were also some written delegations. There were 2 delegations with respect to item number 6.4, community partnership opportunities to enhance sports fields, and the one on ads for gambling. So,
Madam Chair, Bruce has to leave. Should I be sticking around for the motion? How long would that be until you actually discuss it?
I hate to say this, but it will probably be
12 o'clock or something? No.
It is at the end of the evening. You can join electronically, and we can have staff provide you.
Okay.
We can certainly, one of us can come give you information on that link.
Good. So I don't have to stick around then. Okay. I'd love to. I mean, it's lovely to hear you debate.
Trustee Laskin, since you're going over, would you be able to just get the email address and send the link for the meeting?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, so moving on in our agenda, we are at item number 5, which is report from trustees appointed to the Ontario Public School Boards Association. And I do believe that we have trustees from OPSA who will be speaking to this report. But I'm not sure, I think, is it Trustee Williams? You're going to start us off? Okay, let's just make sure your mic's on. I don't think it's on. Is it on?
Is it on now?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Through the chair, our OPSA director's report was sent out to all trustees, and you'll see the document in your email. I'll just go through it for the benefit of those who may be watching. So the report just starts off with an overview that the Ontario Public School Boards Association advocates for public education in Ontario, and then lists our trustee representatives from the Toronto District School Board who sit on OPSA, Trustee Dawson, Trustee Shan, myself, as a Vice President Enrollment, and all our alternate directors, Trustee Arts, Trustee King, and Trustee Laskin. And myself being the voting delegate, Trustee Shan being the alternate voting delegate, and Trustee, okay, this may need to be updated. Is Trustee Shan still the Vice President of Enrollment? I think that's vacant. That position's vacant. So it just continues with some reminders. The 2024 Education, Labor Relations, and Human Resources Symposium will be held on April 25th and April 26th at the Sheridan Toronto Centre. And just an encouragement for our trustees, the registration is open, and it's going to be a rich professional development opportunity. There's also a reminder about Take Your MPP to School Week, happening May 21st to 24th. Formerly Take Your MPP to School Day, now expanded into a week of opportunity for trustees to visit their schools with their MPs and just share more about OPSA and the early stages of that planning has already taken place, and just watch for more information coming soon. The labor update, just some information about Bill 124, remedy. Ontario Public School teachers and education workers will receive a 1.25% increase in retroactive pay as part of the ruling of the arbiter William Kaplan on February 9th. And the Crown will be providing instructions to school boards regarding next steps. Senior negotiators have been advised of the remedy implementation agreement and will continue to receive ongoing support throughout the implementation process. The OPSA Policy Development Work Group, just some information there about the Ontario Coalition for Children and Youth. A meeting of the coalition took place on February 7th, and a presentation was made. There's a link to the presentation there. Right Time, Right Care, Strengthening Ontario's Mental Health and Addiction System of Care for Children and Young People. So feel free to go to that link and get more information about that. The OPSA advocacy actions and activities. There's an update here on the National School Food Program. OPSA continues its advocacy on this important issue and has shared its latest study. The link to the economic rationale for investing in school meal programs for Canada, a mechanism for multi-sectoral impact. Feel free to go to the link to see more information. The presentation was provided by the Ontario Coalition for Healthy Food with the Federal Ministry of Finance's policy staff, as well as other members of the Canadian School Boards Association. There's a link to frequently asked questions that provides more information about the benefits of a national food program and how funding can be best spent. OPSA will be supporting and promoting the Great Big Crunch initiative, and the virtual event that takes place on March 7th involves Jana Sudds, Federal Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development. So there's a link there for more information. So additionally, there's some information here about the Ontario Curriculum Review and Revision Guide. On February 8th, the provincial government released the new Ontario Curriculum Review and Revision Guide. The document does provide an overview of the ministry's current process for reviewing and revising the curriculum in both English and French from kindergarten to grade 12. It also outlines the government's plan to review curriculum every 5 years to ensure it is up to date and relevant to today's job and life skills. And there are a number of curriculum updates that will be in place for implementation as of September 2024, including technological education, grades 9 and 10, building the entrepreneurial mindset, grade 9, and launching and leading a business, grade 10. Exploring Canadian geography, grade 9, de-streamed, career studies, grade 10, English, grade 9. Moving on to the item Indigenous Trustee Council updates. Just a brief overview of what the Indigenous Trustees Council is. It's composed of First Nation trustees appointed to school boards and other Indigenous trustees elected through the municipal electoral process. And the Indigenous Trustees Council has formed a committee to support and advise on the planning of the National Trustees Gathering on Indigenous Education. And the Indigenous Trustees Council of OPSA did meet on January 26th to discuss keynote speaker options and workshop opportunities for that upcoming gathering. The next update is the Black Trustees Caucus. So there's a brief description of what the Black Trustees Caucus is at OPSA. It brings together publicly elected or appointed trustees who identify as Black in a supportive environment where they can collaborate to influence change. The Black Trustees Caucus continues to address anti-racism in the education system by advocating for the inclusion of Black perspectives in the Ontario curriculum. A recent announcement for the revision of grade 7, 8, and 10 history curricula to include mandatory Black history learning was very welcome by the Black Trustees Caucus. Further consultation with the Black communities will help the curriculum take shape and is an exciting prospect for the Black Trustees Caucus. The Black Trustees Caucus is hopeful, along with the further investment, hopeful that along with that development of the curriculum, that further investment into graduation coaches for Black students will help eliminate some of the barriers that some Black students face. And there's some information and a link to the announcement that was made by the ministry. Ontario introduces mandatory Black history learning. The announcement made on February 8th, and the minister and a number of MPPs were at that announcement. There's a link to the new mandatory learning in grades 7, 8, and 10. History on the further giving more information on the exceptional contributions and history of Black Canadians who helped build Canada. And there's more information there and links provided. So the next item that comes out of the Black Trustee Caucus update is OPSPA's governance structure and constitutional and bylaw amendments regarding the Black Trustee Caucus. So at the recent PES on January 26th at the Black Trustee Caucus meeting, OPSPA's executive directors, Stephanie Donaldson, and the managing director of corporate affairs, Lisa Reinhardt, provided an overview of OPSPA's mission, vision, and values, strategic priorities, governance structure, decision-making process, and how member boards can recommend amendments to OPSPA's constitution and bylaws. OPSPA's governance structure, Project Compass, undertaken in 2021-2022, recommended that the Black Trustee Caucus be formalized in OPSPA's constitution and bylaws. Boards have an opportunity to submit proposals for amendments to OPSPA's constitution and bylaws, and the deadline for submission this year is Wednesday, April 10th, 2024 at 4:30 p.m. to allow time for OPSPA's staff and legal counsel to review the proposals and prepare language before submission to the Board of Directors. Constitutional amendments will take effect once they are confirmed by at least two-thirds of the votes cast at the OPSPA's annual general meeting. So under professional development, again, it's just a reminder that registration is open for the 2024 Education, Labor Relations, and Human Resources Symposium being held on April 25th and 26th at the Sheridan Centre in Toronto. And there is a list there of the upcoming meetings and events. And it concludes in the report with important links to information on OPSPA's website. That's the report, and coming out of the report is a business arising motion with regard to the item that you saw in the report at number 7C with regard to OPSPA's governance structure and constitutional and bylaw amendments regarding the Black Trustees Caucus. And that's my report.
Thank you. Before we get to the motion, I think we have some questions just on the report. So I just want to check from trustees who've put their name in that whether the question is for the report or for the motion. So, and before I do that, I have a couple housekeeping pieces I just want to do. Are there trustees who've joined the meeting since I did roll call at the beginning? If they could just identify themselves so that we can make sure to have you recorded as present.
Trustee Rajwani. Trustee Sriskandaraj, I'm not sure if you got me earlier.
Roger Klitzingham.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Earhart as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, so we've added those four. Trustee Hastings, your hand is up. Is that a legacy hand or is that for this item? It's a legacy hand. Okay, so I have Trustee Earhart and Trustee Laskin on the list. Are your questions for the report or the motion that's coming?
Through the chair, for me, it was just on the report.
It was on the report. Okay, so Trustee Earhart, you're first. Please go ahead.
Okay, and thank you very much. I want to thank our OPSPA directors. This is a really helpful report, and I really appreciate all of the information in it. I don't know if if the director can respond, and perhaps it could be something that could go into a trustees weekly at some time. I was so excited to see that there had been a discussion and a presentation around right time, right care, strengthening Ontario's mental health and addiction system of care for children and young people. It's such important work. There's such fantastic resources available. And I'd love to hear more about how we as a board have collaborated in this regard. And so that would be something I'd love more information through Trustees Weekly or any other means. And thanks very much.
So I'm just hoping staff is writing that down for you and making a note about that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Laskin, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just again, thanking my colleague for all the information, but just some late breaking news on the OPSA front. And that is today there were 3 regulatory postings about Bill 98. They were posted today. Feedback deadline is April 2nd. OPSA's policy work team is on this. But just so trustees know, the 3 regulations that are out now for comment are about the Integrity Commissioner, their qualifications and code of conduct complaint process, because in Bill 98, if you weren't already aware, there's a talk of a list of integrity commissioners and some changes to that process, including that only trustees can make code complaints against trustees. So I draw your attention to that. The second one is about code of conduct sanctions. In Bill 98, there is a conversation about including a reduction of honoraria as a sanction. Up to 25% of your honoraria could be deducted as a sanction for breaking a code. And the third one is changes to in-person attendance requirements. And this would mandate attendance in person for board and committee meetings, save for some exceptions, which include geographical distance and other concerns expressed by trustees in other areas of the province where it's 200 kilometers, for example, away from a board office. So those are 3 regulations out. OPSA will be responding, and I'm just drawing your attention to it. Please look for these. All trustees get the legislative update. It comes from Jennifer McIntyre from OPSA on Fridays. This information will be in the legislative update. And as a Central East policy work team representative and also chairing that work group, if anyone has any issues, please do not hesitate to write me and I can let you know what OPSA is thinking. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's the end of the question list on the report. So I think we're ready to move on to the motion. Oh, actually, right. We need a mover and a seconder for item 5.1. Trustee Williams and Trustee Arts, thank you. All those in favor, are we doing this on eScribe? No, we're going to just do, we're just going to do this by show of hands or say aye. So all those in favor?
And Trustee Dovitis.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, and that has carried. So we'll now move on to the motion. And we have a mover and a seconder. It's Trustee Williams and Trustee Dawson. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Okay, I think I don't know if I need to say any more about it. I've kind of, outlined the how this came about in the report, in our OPSA director's report. So maybe I'll let Trustee Dawson speak to it, and if I need, I can come back and give more detail.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee Dawson.
Thanks, through the chair. I just want to say that I'm really proud to be putting forward this motion tonight with Trustee Williams. It really is just formalizing what's in place already, with the exception of adding the Black Trustee Caucus chair to the OPSA Executive Council, which I think is a really, really critical piece to ensure representation at that level. It was what was done with the Indigenous Trustees Council, so this motion is largely modeled after that. We have been doing the work formally, although it's technically informally because we're not in the Constitution. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will support this today. We do need it to pass in order to be able to have this go to the annual general meeting, as a member board must be in support of a constitutional change and put it forward. So this would really be a groundbreaking motion should it pass, and I hope that we can have your support today. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you to the movers for this. I think this is amazing. I'm really excited to see the work come to this point, and thank you for all the work you've done on this over the last year. What is the deadline for the submissions for constitutional consideration?
So through the chair, the deadline to get the submission form proposing amendments to the Constitution and bylaws is April 10th, 2024 at 4:30 p.m.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am fully in support of this motion. The Black Trustees Caucus has been doing amazing work within OPSA. We've had regularly in the past concerns around how reflective OPSA is and how reflective the decision-making is and so on. And the Black Trustees Caucus, being part of the executive body, would not only help with raising issues around anti-Black racism, but generally they are strong champions of equity, and so their presence as a formal representative in the executive would help all students, particularly equity-deserving communities across the province. So I'm fully in support of that.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further speakers on the list, so we can open the vote on this one. And will this be on eScribe? Okay, this is going to be on eScribe. I don't have eScribe open, so I'm just going to say in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Gose, how do you vote?
Trustee Gose in favor.
Thank you. Trustee Pay and Trustee Rajagulasingham. Trustee Rajwani.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Williams in favor.
What are we missing? Okay, thank you. And that has carried unanimously. Next up, we are moving on to item number 6. This is the Toronto Lands Corporation report. Item 6.1 is the Toronto Lands Corporation 2022-2023 annual report. And I'm going to turn this over to staff to introduce Mr. Glenn. Thank you.
And thank you through the chair. I will turn it over to the CEO for the Toronto Lands Corporation, Mr. Ryan Glenn.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. For this first report of 4 that we have on the agenda today, I'm excited to present on behalf of the Toronto Lands Corporation the 2022-2023 annual report. It's with a sense of excitement and anticipation that we have over the last year renewed the Toronto Land Corporation commitment to the modernization of the TDSB. through its real estate portfolio. With a focus on providing new and exciting learning environments for students, we will work together to create opportunities that demonstrate the potential for new and modern schools. Along with our renewed commitment to modernization, we have continued to provide day-to-day real estate leasing and land use planning expertise to the TDSB over the past year. And in keeping with our revised shareholders' direction, we will continue to focus on providing efficient and timely service to promote open and transparent communication with the TDSB and the board. The TLC continues to build and strengthen relationships with our public sector and community partners. There's a demonstration of that in the report on the playfields this afternoon. We're excited to bring this work to life. I'm excited to be a part of it. So thank you very much. The report's for information. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'm just looking. Does not appear that there are any questions on this item. Oh, my apologies. Trustee Suskandaraja has just added herself to the list, so please go ahead. You're up, Trustee Suskandaraja.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just had a question about St. Margaret, and maybe this is a question to broader staff as opposed to TLC. I see that there's an ask, of course, to replace the school. I just wanted to know through you, Madam Chair, how old is St. Margaret?
Through the chair. Trustee, thank you for the question. Not having that in front of me, and I'm looking over at, I'm looking over at Dan Steldo, who will answer that question in brief. It's not new, I know that.
No. Through the chair, St. Margaret was constructed in 1971.
Okay. And it says it has a backlog in repairs of $4 million. Is that typical of a school that age?
Through the chair, yes. So for schools of that vintage, that tends to be higher than typical. That's St. Margaret's is one of the highest FCIs in the portfolio.
Yeah. So I just want to know, and it says most of the instructional classrooms, or a lot of the instructional classrooms, are deteriorating. So I want to know what happened at St. Margaret that, that we arrived at the current conditions it's in, apart from the underfunding that we know that happens generally across the board. But what happened at St. Margaret to get to this state in such a relatively shorter time period?
Thank you. Through the chair, I can begin the conversation and then perhaps turn it over to Senior Manager Castaldo, who may also have some information to add. But St. Margaret is somewhat unusual in that it was a very small school to begin with, and then a series of portables were added along a central corridor. So those classrooms are actually not your typical traditional construction. They are in fact portables ganged together to create a pod of classrooms. So that's one issue. And then the other issue is that St. Margaret's second floor is an open plan concept. If you recall back then, well, you wouldn't recall that because you're much too young to know that. In the 70s, there was this idea that, we would have open concept and team teaching, and it has, it is quite a challenging environment to teach in. And so that's contributed also to the wear and tear of the building, because it's all open plan on that second floor.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't around in the 70s, but I did go to TDSB schools that did have open plan concepts. So through the staff, how many of our schools on our priority list our capital priority list are due to deteriorating conditions as opposed to the need to build new schools due to enrollment increases?
Thank you. And through the chair, I can again begin that conversation and then hand it over to the staff in the planning department who are here. Well, given the age of many of our buildings, it is not unusual to see a high level of facility condition index and deferred maintenance work, just by nature of the buildings being as old as they are. And so we do have a significant amount of buildings that are like that. But as has been explained, when we submit the capital priorities funding requests, the ministry, while it acknowledges facility condition, does not rank facility condition as one of the highest criteria for approval of capital funding for a replacement school. They do look for other criteria, other elements when they are reviewing these. And I don't know, I turn it over to System Officer Gowdy, and he may be able to provide more info.
Through the chair, just adding to what Executive Officer Puchetti has reported, we currently have 5 capital priority business cases before the ministry. And if you recall from the fall, the ministry changed the capital priority process. They wish to receive business cases that are shovel ready. And so we had 5 projects that were shovel ready. That's what's before the ministry for their consideration now. And 4 of the 5 projects have facility condition as a major element of the business case. And those 4 projects are the Kapapa-Majquay building, the St. Margaret's building, the Secord building, and the Silver Hill building, which we also call the Etobicoke Center building. The 5th project is an addition to Davisville, which is a new facility, and that addition is just responding to the growth in Midtown.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I know earlier a staff member said that the level of deterioration for the age of this building is higher than what is typical of buildings of this age. So could staff answer or confirm whether this is due to historical underserving of this school? I'm just trying to figure out what happened at St. Margaret that's not happening typically at other schools, other than the 2 reasons that were given, which was open school plans, but I know other schools have open school plans as well. And then, of course, the quarter packs.
Through the chair, I think when we look at individual schools and of the 535 buildings across our system, there are different stages of deterioration. The specific reason for the level that they may be at would be something that we'd have to look at specifically based on the actual school, the environment, the history, the age of the building, and a myriad of other factors. So I'm not sure if staff would be able to speak specifically at this point in time to St. Margaret's School. Thank you.
Right. Through you, Madam Chair, I can find, just to confirm, I can find the repair backlog of each of the schools, the index that's publicly available, right? I can go and search that up of all the schools.
Through the chair, yes, that information is available. I believe, I will confirm that it is on every school's webpage.
Okay. And through Madam Chair, if staff could answer this, is it fair to say that there is more model schools, or model schools have higher repair backlogs when you control for the age of the building?
Through the chair, I don't think I'd be able to provide an answer. I'd have to look at all of those buildings, but I can certainly do that and provide that information to you through Trustee Weekly.
Yes, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I look forward to having that data. And my last question on this topic, or on this report, I understand that the report, of course, is moving to the direction of selling school properties to be able to just function as a school board. But do we have any concerns about selling lands in a climate where there is, extraordinary amount of push to build and develop? is there any concerns that we are going to be in a situation where we're going to need to buy this land back that we're selling off or want to sell off?
So through the chair, I think Associate Director Zucker is going to respond to that.
Sorry, thank you. And through the chair, what I wanted to say is that any building that we're bringing forward for sale is as a result of the long-term pupil accommodation, the planning. And so we would never put something forward for sale that we would have an expected use for in the future. And so, and just to clarify, the funding that we would receive from the sale, the proceeds of disposition, would be used to help us with our capital revitalization project. And so the intention would not be to use it to assist with operations.
Thank you. And in recent memory, we have not been in a situation where we've sold off land and then having to need to purchase land nearby to build a school.
So through the chair, not to the best of our knowledge, and I'll turn to, yes, not to the best of our knowledge at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all for me on this report.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. I don't see anyone else for questions on this item 6.1. So if I can have a mover, Trustee Laskin, seconded by Trustee McLean. Please scribe, and scribe is open. Please vote on e-scribe.
For me?
Trustee Rajwani and Trustee Pei, how do you vote?
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Pei? Okay, that's carried. We move on to item 6.2, disposition of Scarlet Heights property, 15 Trehorn Drive. May I pass to the staff to introduce the item?
So thank you, and through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Glenn to speak to this particular report.
Thank you. Through the chair, so this is a report seeking authority to have the TLC on behalf of the TDSB enter into agreements with the Toronto Catholic District School Board for the disposal of Scarlet Heights Secondary School to the Catholic School Board. The TLC and the TDSB have been working together on this proposed sale with the Catholic Board for better part of a year now. You'll see in the report that the proposed sale value of $61 million meets the fair market value requirement under the previous regulation 4498, which this sale falls under because we negotiated the sale last year. We're asking to be granted authority to execute all agreements and other documents as required in order to complete the sale. And so this has again gone to our board, has received its approval, and is coming here for the board's approval. Happy to answer any questions you might have on the file.
Thank you. We have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, I want to thank the team at TLC for moving this along. This building hasn't been used other than for Scarlet Heights or for Memo during the fire, and the community is very excited to have it be a functional school again, and very relieved that it won't become a residential high-rise development that a number of the residents were concerned about. I do have a question as it pertains to Appendix C of Appendix B. The map where you show the new property lines?
Yes.
Okay. You and I, we have the line as it's drawn does not include the walkway that we have discussed. I just want to confirm that that walkway to the south end, there's for those, the image is too small, to the very south end or the bottom end of the diagram, there's a walkway that makes the facility accessible. Can you confirm that, because that we had to do repairs to that, so I'm reasonably sure that that is TDSB property, and can you confirm that that is part of the sale, which isn't necessarily indicated in this diagram?
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. And if you have the report in front of you, you can actually see it's labeled walkway to the southeast corner of the approximate 10-acre site. So yes, that is included in the sale. That is TDSB property currently and will be included as part of the transaction. As part of this graphic, it would have been a matter of detail that would have been probably difficult to include, but yes, I can confirm that that is part of the sale.
Okay, thank you. And to that end, part of, if I understand correctly, part of the arrangement with the TCDSB is that we're going to split the cost of a fence that is going to run north and south to divide the property line. So my question becomes around that walkway, because we have students who currently, because there's no fence, we have Hilltop students who are able to currently walk to school or ride to school if they're so inclined, and come from the south, make use of the walkway to gain access. So my question becomes around a potential, is there any sort of easement as part of the plans that would, create a small area that, the community could access through the walkway and still be able to get to Hilltop, through the very southern portion of this, theoretically the land we're about to sell to the TCDSB?
Through the chair, yeah, and for the benefit of anyone who might not be intimate, the Hilltop Middle School is directly adjacent to Scarlet Heights. And so, yes, as part of the agreement of person sale, we will include language that walkway and the intent of the walkway, the functionality, which is to provide access to both the former Scarlet Heights site and Hilltop, will be maintained for pedestrian, including student access to both Hilltop and the future Catholic School Board. And we will do it through an instrument like lane easement, yes.
Okay, through the chair, can I ask, does that mean a fence to the south end as well that would, create a 3-foot walkway to the bottom part that would open up to the Hilltop property? Or is that simply the ability to have students walk through the Catholic property all the way to Treehorn and then access? Because the fence line is going to run all the way to Treehorn. So are they students going to have to walk through the TCDSB property to be able to gain access to Hilltop?
Through the chair, no, likely we will run, the fence line will come down and allow them to run up, I guess it would be westward toward Hilltop Middle School. But we'll work with the Catholic Board on that to ensure access is, acceptable to them as well as to the TDSB as well.
So if we approve this today, because it's here and we want to move this along, we assume that gets done, or how does this?
As staff, we can undertake, through the chair, as staff, we can undertake to make sure that happens. We were going to do it anyway, but yes, the access of that walkway to both schools is a functional requirement, so we'll make it as part of the APS the agreement of person sale with the Catholic Board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Trustee Sriskandarajah is next.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. Through you, Chair, the Catholic School Board wants us to remove the solar panel systems. I just wanted to know why they would want the removal of the solar panel system and how much this will cost.
Through the chair, yes. So there is an agreement that the TDSB has on a number of locations, which I'm sure you're aware, to provide solar panels on roof of TDSB facilities. That agreement is with a provider. When we are transacting the property, the Catholic Board has asked to not include this school as part of that that agreement with the provider, and so as a part of that requirement to remove them falls to the TDSB, and that will be approximately $1.5 million to remove the solar panels from the roof. And that's a result. It's not just the physical removal; it's the loss of revenue to the provider.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there was no interest, through your chair, for them to take over the lease or with the provider?
No, through the chair, there wasn't. We did bring that up to them, but they did not have an interest to continue having those panels on the roof of a future school.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm not familiar with the schools. So is Hilltop and the new, or Scarlet Heights, are they attached or they're just near each other?
Through the chair, they're adjacent.
Okay. Okay, and my last question, out of curiosity through you, Mr. Chair, I appreciated the clause of returning any profits if they were to sell the school within 20 years. I just wanted to know, has this ever happened before? How did we arrive at including this, which I think an important clause, but just in terms of historical context, has this happened? Has another body bought our property and then went on to resell it?
Through the chair, appreciate that the historical sales, I'm not intimate with many of them, but what I can say is it's very common practice, especially for public sector landowners, to ensure that for a period of time, in this instance it's 20 years, there is clauses put in the agreement of purchase and sale that protects the purchase, or the seller from effectively, we call it would be speculation, land speculation, and redevelopment potential. So the provisions that we've got in the current agreement allow for control over that site for the next couple of decades by the TDSB.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me on this item.
Thank you. Any other speakers before I go to Trustee McLean again, second round? Go ahead, Trustee.
Thank you, and to the point of my colleague, about resale, I'm interested in how we would establish, if they choose to sublet or to divide the property, how would we determine, like, the price or value for what they would be selling that we would have an interest in? Would that be if they were selling 2 acres theoretically of the 10-acre purchase, would our interest in whether the price went up or down on that be relevant to a percentage of the, like 20% of the purchase price presently, or?
Through the chair, it's a great question. So obviously, if there was a severance of the property, we would have to value the property at highest and best use, again, similar to the way we did it originally. Time would probably indicate that, if it was done in 5, 6, 7 years, that the value of that would go up. So we would likely have a reevaluation done on whatever piece of the property that was going to be transacted.
Just to follow up, if I may, through the chair, but part of the value of the property theoretically is the building, right? Like it's a building on some, if they chose, would there be a difference in the value whether they chose to, sever part of the green space or sever part of the parking lot, or in the course of knocking down and redeveloping the entire, putting a portion that was previously the building but wouldn't be potentially in the next time around because of, the plan, the total plan for the 10-acre site?
Yeah, so through the chair, this is not an indication of the overall social value to a community by a school, but these sites tend to be valued at highest and best use, which is not based on an institutional use. That's valued based on a redevelopment use. So it wouldn't make a difference with respect to valuation whether or not you were including a portion of the property that had the existing, brick and mortar on it, or if it was just open space. So that wouldn't, and when I say open space, I just mean part of the field. So that wouldn't be, I don't think that would be an impact to, how we would value the property. Actually would likely make no difference, depending on, if it was a portion of the school or if it was just an open space piece.
So then the value, if I go back to my hypothetical, then if they sold 10% or 20% of the 10 they're purchasing, would the basis line for that be 20% of this sale to determine whether we would be warranted something given the value, the perceived increase of the value 7 years from now, or like whenever that sale would be complete?
Through the chair, it would depend on what. So if they were planning on doing this hypothetically in the very near future, let's say the sale closed and they did a severance, we would likely use the current appraisal. But if it happened half a decade out or 7 or 8 years out, we would take that piece and we would reevaluate it with them at highest and best use, and that's how we would determine the value.
But if it's at this, through the chair, if it's at the same appraisal level, then we wouldn't get any, like, we would get no benefit. But if it increased in value, would we receive a benefit then? Is that how this is working?
Through the chair, no, you would, regardless if, let's say the value stayed flat, the overall market value stayed flat, we would still get an increased benefit, because we would say, well, if they were to parse out a piece, usually if you cut off a piece of the property and make it a smaller piece into a redevelopment piece, it has a higher value per square foot as a result of the fact that you're using it for another use. So we would, even if the market value didn't really change that much, there would likely, as a result of the site being consolidated into a smaller portion, that site would probably have a higher value. I'm just speaking in hypotheticals at this point until we, something like that actually happened. But there would likely be a small uptick in value. It probably wouldn't be a lot if it was a small severance of a site, but it would be a higher value per square foot.
But the purpose of that clause is to protect us in that eventuality.
Yes, it is. That's correct. Through the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any more questions, so we'll move on to vote on this item 6.2. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee McLean, Trustee Williams. Is it on e-scribe? Okay, please vote on e-scribe. All right, thank you. I'm going to pass the chair back to Chair Chanaslan.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Shen. We are now on item number 6.6.3. This is the strategy to address growth and intensification update. And I will turn it over to staff to introduce this item. Thank you, Associate Director Salmon.
And thank you through the chair. I'll turn it over to Mr. Gunn.
Thank you. Before you, 6.3 here is strategy to address growth and intensification. And to present this report, I believe she's online, is our Director of Land Use Planning, Yvonne Choi. Yvonne, you can hear me? I was informed that she was online, and I'm not sure if she can hear me or not.
Sorry, pardon me, I forgot to unmute myself.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Through the chair, thank you very much. In 2018, the TDSB Board of Trustees approved a strategy to address city growth and intensification. This was to strengthen and enhance the TDSB's role in the municipal planning process to better serve school communities and to meet the TDSB's infrastructure needs. In October 2022, an updated growth and intensification report was brought back to the Board of Trustees. That's attached as Appendix B to this report for your convenience. So this report that we've brought forward to you as part of Appendix A is in line with the pillars and approaches set out in that October 2022 strategy, as well as the 2018 directions from TDSB Board that staff report back to the TDSB Board at a minimum annually on land use planning matters. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's any, oh, we do have questions. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Okay, hi there. I hope you can hear me okay. Thanks very much for this report and for all the work you do. I really have appreciated in my time as trustee just the dialogue that takes place when there are development proposals in our wards. I've sincerely appreciated the work of TLC as well as TDSB staff more broadly in digesting the work so that we can be better community advocates. So thank you. I do want to ask about how TLC has been working with Metrolinx on the Ontario line and its anticipated impacts on TDSB properties as part of the strategy to address growth and intensification. I'd love a bit more insights on that, and thank you so much.
Through the chair, I'll start, and then Yvonne, if I miss anything, feel free to jump in. So thank you for the question, trustee. As you know, there are a number of properties that are impacted by the work that Metrolinx is doing, whether or not it's on the Ontario line or other projects they have throughout the city that impact TDSB property. And as a result of those impacts, TLC is involved from a number of, not only from a land use planning perspective, but also from a real estate perspective, transactional perspective. So we work closely with the TDSB to establish parameters and agreements to kind of, I think, dictate the work that that Metrolinx will do on any piece of TDSB property and ensure that we have the requisite requirements and controls through any land takes, through leases and any type of other agreements that we may have with them, including access agreements and expropriations. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Yvonne?
No, I think you've answered.
Okay, sounds good. That was helpful. I wish there was more we could do in the legislative and regulatory environment, but I appreciate the work that is underway. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Earhart. I'm not seeing or hearing any questions, so can I have a mover and a seconder for item number 6.6.3? I think that was.
Sriskandarajah.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah and Trustee Williams. This will now be open for vote on eScribe. Trustee Rajagula-Singham, how do you vote?
I just voted in favor.
Okay, thank you. And that has carried. We are moving on to item number 6.6.4. This is the community partnership opportunities to enhance sports fields. And I will turn it over to Associate Director Salmon to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I will turn it over to Mr. Glenn.
Thank you very much. Before you, through the chair tonight, we have a report, Community Partnership Opportunities to Enhance Sports Fields. The TDSB and the TLC have been working to establish, or had established, a request for proposals specifically for Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute to seek a community not-for-profit partner to partner with the TDSB to invest in an artificial sports field at this property. The results of that RFP were outlined in this report, which is to work with the Toronto Scottish Rugby Group, who's a known community partner in that neighborhood, to invest $1.5 million for an initial 25-year term to install an artificial turf field at Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute. What we also want to do is use the work that we did with the site at Lawrence Park Collegiate to duplicate this process to start with at Emory Collegiate Institute in the West End, as well as Pearson Collegiate Institute in the East End. We feel that both of those sites, for a number of reasons, afford the opportunity to duplicate the work that we've done here. Want to reiterate that this RFP was done in search of a community not-for-profit partner which sees an investment in the field and maximizes the ability for not only the school but the general public to use this field. I think that this strikes a fine balance, and I'm very excited to present this report to you tonight. On top of that, I wanted to point out as well that subsequent to this report being approved, we will issue RFPs for both Emory and Pearson with the same terms and conditions. So I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have about this. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and Laskin. Okay, we have a growing speakers list for this item. So first up, we have Trustee DeVitis. That will be followed by Trustee Arts, Trustee Laskin, Trustee McLean, and Trustee Rajakulisingham, and Sriskandarajah. So Trustee DeVitis, please go ahead.
Thank you. Very supportive of this report. It's a great part of this larger strategy that the school board has been on for a number of years to try and improve our educational opportunities in the inner suburbs, and I'm very glad to see this here. I think bringing out this type of capital improvements will generate opportunities for years, for decades for our students, and it's very important that we do this right. I want to thank staff for the work that they've done to bring this here, and I'm hoping that this bears fruit. I know that these type of projects can be complicated, and we're sure staff as it is, but again, if this bears fruit, we're going to be helping to change the lives of thousands of students over the following decades, and changing the culture in our schools in terms of the type of opportunities and type of things that our students can hope to have in their own neighborhoods, which is a really significant part. Because often in the inner suburbs of our city, we don't have these type of opportunities. And the more specialized programs, of course, are in the core of the city. So again, I'm very supportive of this. I hope to see more of it. I hope to see that successful RFPs with lots of applicants and lots of successful things coming out of this, and then more opportunities being able to be grown across the system as we move forward. So again, thank you, Chair. I hope the best success for this project.
Trustee Arts, you're next.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So thank you for the report, and I agree with Trustee DeVitis. It's great to find partnership opportunities. But I live it's not my ward, but I live very close to Monarch Park Collegiate, which has, I think, one of the earliest agreements for a turf field. And even though it was done quite a number of years ago, I will say that I get no shortage of complaints. And I know from talking with Richard Christie and other staff that many lessons have been learned from that, both the way the contract was set up and the build. But I do have a couple of questions for long-term. I have had at some of my other school sites, because East York particularly doesn't have a ton of that public green space, so there's a lot of agencies that are looking for places to have this kind of partnership and build. But because there's not a lot of space, a lot of the schools don't have parking and things like that. So would it be possible to identify the kinds of things that are going to be required? So if I have somebody coming to ask about one of my high schools that has very little parking in a very dense neighborhood, I can say, though, this is probably not going to happen, because what are the sort of community conditions, school site conditions and community conditions that would allow a project like this to go ahead, or have us say, no, that's not going to work for the community? So that's, it would be great to understand that. The other piece is, I didn't see anything about this, but is there or would there be a winter dome proposed for any of these sites in the future? Because I will say that from the community is the biggest source of complaint that I get. You can actually, I I live a few blocks away. You can see it from my house in the wintertime. And the neighbors don't like it. And that parking piece is a particular bane. So yeah, those are my questions. Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the questions. I'll start with your first question. So what I would say is if you have an interested community partner, a not-for-profit community partner, that please reach out, and you can contact me, you can contact Richard or Maya's team, but I think these are the types of things that we would be happy to talk to anyone about if they had an interest in partnering in any one of our schools. Obviously, the context is different everywhere. More urban schools have challenges with respect to parking and traffic that we have to be conscious of, and you'll see as part of the Lawrence Park proposal, there is potentially a requirement for a traffic study and a parking study. So these are things that we would contemplate as part of any partnership like this. That's to the first question. To the second question that you had, and I apologize, it was around
Domes or bubbles in the wintertime.
Thank you, appreciate that. For the Lawrence Park site, we're not contemplating a dome. And I think what I would say is that some of the previous types of agreements for domes, those are commercial interests. So they're very specific insofar that there's a requirement to generate revenue. What we're doing here is we're partnering with community groups that are not for profit. So the revenue generation component is removed from it. So the answer to your question is a lot of times domes are there because you need to extend it to the whole year in order to return revenue to the proprietor. That's not the case here. So for the Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute, we're not contemplating a dome. But what we'll look at is, again, conscious of the fact that we want it to be a not-for-profit community partner. I think we're open and we want to be as flexible as possible with any opportunity that comes for any future site. So yeah, that would be my answer to that question. But because they're not commercial, there likely isn't going to be as much of an interest for domes because of the cost associated with installing and maintaining them over time. And then I'll also add that for areas like yours, and I know for Trustee Dawson's area, we're working closely with the city on identifying opportunities for things like cricket pitches and collaborative use of space to serve the community. So we also are working with our partners at the municipality to identify opportunity. And I know along the Danforth and your area, there's a lack of community space, not only for the city, but for the school board as well. So it's a problem that we're conscious of and one that we want to address throughout the city over time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Trustee Laskin, you're next.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair, to TLC staff. Just on behalf of the community, I want to thank you for your level of engagement with the community. I know trustees will find in their delegation packages, there were written delegations from both the Lawrence Park School Council and the local Resident and Ratepayer Association, the Lytton Park Residents Association. These groups have been supportive for a while now in terms of these kinds of initiatives. But I think what I'm really grateful for is using this as a prototype because we have had some issues, and my colleague has mentioned that before about some of our earlier decisions that we made in terms of fields. And I think we have learned, and using this as a prototype to be used in other areas of the city with community partners, I think is really the best possible use of our facilities. It brings in money for the board to renew facilities. It involves community partners. It benefits the local community, but it also benefits others because depending on where these are located, this happens to be very close to transit. The permitting opportunities for other groups is also really important. So I just want to thank staff very much, and the community's looking forward to this and learning from this to help keep improving as we go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm very excited about this. This is a great use of our space, and these collaborations are very exciting, and it's a really positive step forward for the communities that they'll be placed in. I do have some questions, though, just around trying to better understand this process. Will there be light standards put in to support the evening use by the rugby club?
Through the chair, it's not anything that we've contemplated in the agreement, but it's a conversation that I think we can have. And I might refer to my colleagues, the TDSB, about that, but I know that that's something that we've talked about, but it's not allowed for in the current term sheet of this agreement, but it's not something that we wouldn't be open to, I think, to have a conversation with Maya. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee McLean. At this point, no, it is not contemplated in the agreement. I think the addition of lights is something that would require much further study in including community consultation, because we know that that is always a concern with the community.
Thank you, and again, through the chair. I noticed that there was the rugby club had a second 25-year option. Does that come with a second check for 1.5 million? Like, I'm curious about this because way up front we say there are options for 25 years, the lease agreement, and in it we talk about the field generally is going to last in the neighborhood of 15-ish years. So. Are they getting 50 years worth of use out of a $1.5 million investment? I'm trying to.
Through the chair, the initial term is 25 years with the $1.5 million investment. And then the TDSB is responsible for maintenance and operation, but also has the ability to generate significant permit revenue off an artificial turf field. And that permit revenue is something that the rugby group cannot do. It's specifically to the benefit of the TDSB. So for the first 25 years, it's $1.5 million. Because this is a license agreement and very much a partnership and not a typical lease agreement where it's much more prescriptive, likely and it's a mutual option for the second 25 years. It's not an option at the sole discretion of the Scottish Rugby Club. That there would have to be a conversation around a further investment in any additional term length.
Okay, great, thank you. We talked a little bit about permits. I'm interested if you know when the TDSB for the times that are after 6 that the school's not using it and not part of the, I think the 4 days that the lease agreement accounts for, when the TDSB permits out this property, is it at a higher rate than, for example, one of my football fields that is just is this deemed to be of higher value and represent a greater source of revenues?
Through the chair, my understanding is, and not being an expert in the permit process, but in conversations that yes, that the increase is significant for artificial turf fields. The cost is, I think, far more significant to permit an artificial turf field than it is a natural turf field. And I believe if we were to look at this and say, for all hours that aren't being used by the licensee with respect to the field and our ability to permit it, it would be upwards of $150,000 annually in additional permit revenue if we were to permit it for the entire time.
And a follow-up to that through the chair, is there a lot of times permits based on cost recovery and we get stuck in the rates that we have to charge for certain groups because of the nature of the cost of this. I guess I'm worried that some community groups that may not have deep pockets might have to walk by this on a regular basis and never get to use it because even the cost of permitting from us would be prohibitive. Do we? And I know with my time on community use of schools that there are different rates and whatnot, but I'm wondering if is there allowances in the agreement that allows for community use for groups that may not have deep pockets and stuff.
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Executive Officer Pichetti to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So we do have different rates available to different community use groups, in particular subsidizing groups that offer programs to children and youth as opposed to adults. So that would still apply, but the board has at its discretion through the permit rates, the ability to alter the permit rates or to change those categories. So it's not, I don't believe it is contingent on getting Scottish Rugby's approval of what we would want to charge for these permit rates.
Great, thank you, and that's encouraging. So thank you for that. 13 of this, it pertains to insurance, and it says that the rugby club shall at all times during the term maintain comprehensive public liability insurance in amounts satisfactory to us and act reasonably. Does this pertain solely to the times in which they're leasing it, or are they responsible 100% of the time?
Through the chair. So just point of clarity, it's a license agreement. Just want to make sure that I'll make the distinction that a lease carries with it the land. So it's a much more, so if it was a lease agreement, the answer would be 100%. Their liability would be for the entire term, for the whole time. A license agreement only pertains to the schedule that's attached as an appendix to this report. So that would be the times that they would use it, and that's when their insurance would be relevant.
Okay, thank you. And one last one through the chair. In 11, it talked about turf replacement, approximately 15 years, and at the end of the turf's life cycle, as reasonably determined and agreed upon by the parties. I can just, being the pessimist or the, I can see them deciding this field needs to be replaced earlier than we would, and our experience with the TDSB as it pertains to busing, if you have two people that have to agree, an even number of people that have to agree always makes me nervous. So what happens in the event that we come to different points of view about at what point this field would need to be replaced?
Through the chair, it's something that I was contemplating too when we wrote this. I started by answering the question and say that this is very much a partnership. So the idea is that there would be, I think, you would hope that you would never get into a point where you're in disagreement about the field, as an example. That being said, because this is a term sheet attached, this is a high-level term sheet. When we get into the actual formalized agreement, there will be language around having a third-party expert come in if we can't decide mutually to replace the field. So sorry, it wasn't in the term sheet, but that is the language that will be in the agreement.
We could use you in the busing consortium discussions. Yeah, okay, thank you, I'm good.
Okay, up next we have Trustee Rajagulasingham, and I'll just outline the speakers list. So we have Trustee Rajagulasingham, then Shuskandaraja, then Shan, then King. So please go ahead, Trustee Rajagulasingham.
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to thank Chief Executive Officer Glenn. We had a great conversation a few weeks ago to discuss this, and I was really happy to hear about TLC acknowledging a lack of opportunity in the East End and creating this collaboration opportunity. And I think we had a great conversation about what the site can potentially look like and relevant field space for that particular community. So looking forward to how this conversation is going to develop. And I think an added bonus is, certain communities often have a negative perception. And when we have, a sports field, it allows, neighboring communities to come into the space and also get to know the community better. And, I think this is another way of us to kind of target negative perceptions of communities. I think Pearson is a fantastic site for an opportunity like this. I'm looking forward to see this developing while also centering community voice to see what the community would like to see, what this partnership and what this field can potentially look like. So I just wanted to thank TLC and Chief Executive Officer Glenn, and looking forward to seeing how this develops.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Shuskandaraja. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, this is obviously very new to me and very interesting. But I just do want to state that it's unfortunate that we've had to arrive to these sorts of solutions. This is obviously due to the continuous underfunding of our schools, that we have to agree to such agreements, though obviously this is positive and we're very fortunate. The reality is, like what Trustee McLean brought up, it does favor organizations that are able to cough up so much money at the expense of perhaps other organizations who would be shut out. But unfortunately, this is, one of the few options available to us. I'm sorry, it's hard to sell. But the question I wanted to know is, this site only got one RFP proposal, and Lawrence Park is seen as in a much more desirable part of the city in terms of access that was mentioned, in terms of having TTC access. What are we going to do in circumstances like Emory and Pearson that don't have that same access? How will we be actively recruiting for RFPs?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I would start by saying that there was significant interest in Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute from commercial interests. So I would point that out. And I think that the fact that we had a known community partner for Lawrence Park is great, and I'm so happy that they responded. But I do take your point on the other two sites. So we won't be actively recruiting participants to bid on an RFP. As a result of the fact that we want to have an open and transparent, I think, procurement process. But what I will say is that we'll take our time to make sure that we promote it, not only on TDSB's website, but through social media and other avenues that perhaps we haven't done in the past. So we're going to be very conscious of that. As well, we've had conversations with our partners at the City of Toronto and who also have interest in bringing community groups forward to invest in sports fields as well. So we're specifically for Emory and Pearson, what we want to do is make sure that we cast a big as net as possible and make sure that we let it known that we're going out for this type of opportunity. And I think leveraging the city and its resources as well with respect to its involvement with community groups and recreation will hopefully allow us to get a lot of interest in both of these properties.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I just want to make sure, through your chair, that that's at top of mind for staff. I don't want it to be a situation where we do a call out for RFP, nobody applies, and these projects fail. I think recognizing sort of the extra work that goes towards making sure that these projects can exist in other parts of the city, especially if the city's coming on, figuring out maybe novel ways of, is it a consortium of nonprofits who will share amongst themselves, who might not be able to pony up, $1.5 million. So I look forward to seeing how that unfolds. The second question, or maybe a suggestion, I do see that the rugby football team does cater to adults, and it says young people as well. And I'm not sure what the breakdown is. I don't know if it's more an adult-centered organization that serves adults. So I just, just a suggestion, because there's only one RFP, but in the future, if there are several RFPs in these sorts of processes, are we going to favor organizations that serve young people, since, that we are a school board and we want to make sure our students are sort of top of mind?
Through the chair, it's an excellent point. What I would say is this group is predominantly adult, but they do have a youth program, and they have a very extensive youth outreach program. Is one of the things that was quite, I think, intriguing to us when they submitted their RFP, was that they do try to expand the sport to as large a youth-based organization or group as possible. So they tend to go citywide and try to bring people in to get involved in rugby. That being said, going forward, I think that's an excellent thing for us to consider as part of any future RFPs, is to really kind of focus on the youth aspect of it as well.
Thank you. Yes, I do appreciate our creating more child friendly spaces. And this is perhaps through you, Chair, a question to staff. There was mentions about looking into cricket spaces in Michelle Arts Wards, Trustee Arts Wards, and Trustee Dawson's Ward. I would, of course, love to hear what we are doing in Scarborough when it comes to cricket spaces with a very, heavy South Asian population that plays cricket.
Through the chair, I'm happy to update you that we're having we've joined a group with the city on a cricket strategy. So we've established a cricket strategy. We're starting to establish a cricket strategy with the City of Toronto to identify mutual opportunities to provide additional space for cricket within specifically Scarborough. We're starting with. So we have a number of conversations around opportunities there, and hopefully within the next year we would come back with a report on that.
Thank you. And just through your chair, to tie it into our earlier conversations, I know there are a lot of cricket organizations, and some of them could probably somehow come up with this money. So I think having those conversations at the same time, I think would be, really important, since I do know that we do have quite a few who might be able to raise the required funds. So through you, Chair, I wanted to know, to me, it's not very clear how, the difference between this current model and a model where it's a for-profit partner. I know in the report there was a sentence about it being different. I'm just not very clear. If you could sort of spell it out for me in the public, how that looks and operates differently when we've gone into partnerships with for-profit organizations versus nonprofit.
Sure, happy to, through the chair. I'll give you a high level distinction between the two. So for some of the previous agreements that, and I know Trustee Arts mentioned Monarch Park, these are for-profit insofar that they have a revenue generating component. So what that means is that they have to ensure that they can maintain, operate, and generate a revenue for their investors. And that means that there is typically, and I'm speaking generally though, higher cost to access these fields. There tends to be more pressure for the local community, or sorry, the general community to get access to this, because they tend to go to organized groups who have money and who can afford to use these facilities. And it has, in my opinion, it tends to not put the emphasis on the access by the broader community. I think that's one of the things that this RFP we were wanting to highlight, that although we're partnering with a group, there's still a majority of the time this field will be made available not only to the school, but the community in general as well. And then when you have a lease agreement, and that's typically what we have with some of those older agreements, there's significant additional costs that aren't captured under a license agreement. Things like property taxes are a huge burden for sites that are under a lease agreement. And that, again, just puts more of a pressure and a focus on generating revenue in order to cover those costs. A license agreement we have here does not impact the site with respect to property taxes. So it keeps the overall costs associated with this type of use much, much lower than if you had a typical lease agreement, which would then, through a license agreement, allow for the public to access it, because you don't have to have that requirement to generate a significant amount of revenue to cover the carrying cost.
Okay, so to be clear, our private partners have lease agreements versus a licensing agreement.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And was that because we decided to give them a lease agreement, or they wanted a lease agreement, or could we have gone and given them a license agreement?
Thank you. And through the chair, the three properties that Mr. Glenn was referencing all have domes on them, and domes are a considerable investment on top of doing an artificial turf field. They require both, mechanical equipment on the site to support the dome. They often, I think two of the three, or maybe all three, also include some small buildings on the site to support the use of the dome. So in that larger investment, I think that is why at that time TDSB agreed to moving forward with a lease as opposed to a license, because it was a significant investment from that sports developer.
Okay, thank you. And the other clarification I wanted to get is that with private, was it mentioned that they seek to have more access to the space than this a nonprofit? Because and if that's what the tension was, that the public wasn't able to access it because they were using the field more often than the current ask from the rugby club.
Through the chair, yes. So because of the requirements to maintain and pay for, as Maya outlined, those other facilities, it by its very nature excludes community groups from accessing that field because they have to generate the revenue in order to cover their carrying costs as well as to generate revenue for their business.
Thank you.
Trustee
Sorry.
Suskandaraja, your time is up. Can I add you back to the list?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. As Trustee Sri Skandaraja mentioned, this is not a spot we would ideally like to be in, but I'm glad that we are looking at this and prioritizing or having not-for-profit sector as the critical component to it, because I was involved not many years back, when we were going through what happened with the previous model and how difficult it was, and how we see many of the concerns playing out today that were raised those days. I wanted to clarify a few things. The request for proposal would exclusively be for not-for-profit models, right? Just through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And not-for-profit is a big space. And there are a lot of exclusive groups that are not-for-profit as well. There are membership-based exclusive groups that can, have a not-for-profit model. There are not-for-profit groups that might be more relevant to the local communities. If the money is equal, would there be criteria that looks at the different not-for-profit sectors as it relevance to the community?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. So as part of the RFP criteria, we asked for letters of incorporation. So we confirmed the not-for-profit status and the nature of the business, or nature of the not-for-profit group or charity that we're dealing with. But as part of the evaluation criteria, because it is a not-for-profit approach, we put an emphasis on access for the broader community. So that's one of the, I think that was the major weighting factor in the RFP, was the ability to have access for the school as well as the broader community.
So also, just through you, Madam Chair, looking at the citywide high schools, how many high schools would we say currently have the adequate type of sports field, and where are they located generally?
Thank you. And through the chair, I don't think I could answer that. It would take a little bit of time to really understand that. As has been mentioned, it's not just a matter of the size of the field. That is a very important consideration. It's also other things like proximity of parking, proximity of residences to the field. We would look at a wide range of criteria to try to understand whether a field is, or a site is a good candidate for an artificial turf field type project.
So my concern is around equity in terms of how we go about doing this. So would this be the standard process we follow, regardless of where the fields are located in, when we start to look at additional fields to be, or is this model that's going to be just specifically looking at, areas that are underserviced?
Thank you. And through the chair, I think the capital revitalization strategy will also help in us better understanding where we can do these projects and prioritizing the projects. I think there are several things to consider. For example, yes, LOI, but also, what is the long-term accommodation plan for the site, and what are some of the existing sports use of the field, and a fair amount of different conditions. As well as taking into account a regional approach, so that as we do this work, we're distributing them across the city. And that's why working with the City of Toronto is very important in helping us to determine, what are good fields to do this and which ones we can move forward up the list to start working on.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So currently, to the schools that are listed, Emory as well as Pearson Collegiate, the RFP is general. We are not speculating what the amount needs to be, or we are not telling them how many hours would be allocated to their thing. It's about exploratory proposals to come forward.
Through the chair, yes. Other than, I think, broadly what we have here with respect to community access and things like that, but with respect to the financial component, no, we wouldn't prescribe it as part of it. We wouldn't say it's $1.5 million, because every site's different, and depending, if one site is going to be perhaps a cricket pitch, there's the costs are different for something like that than they would be for a rugby field, as an example, or a soccer field.
The other question is around the cricket strategy, and I think Trustee Sriskandarajah had started it, and I think unfortunately, the city and the many players have been developing cricket strategy for a couple of decades now. So I know it is a long sport, but it shouldn't take a long time to figure out what a strategy is. So is there a way for us to figure out what this means in terms of additional federal, provincial partners? Because not-for-profit sector could generate money not just from fundraising or membership fee, they could generate money from other investments, particularly in sports that are being explored as expansive prioritization of sports. Is that something that is also being explored together along with this not-for-profit structural engagement?
Through the chair, yes, we would explore that. I would also comment on the cricket strategy piece. Is the TDSB is well situated, it's suited with respect to its property to provide opportunities for cricket pitches that perhaps the city hasn't been able to do. So that's why we feel there's a huge opportunity to work collaboratively with them on that. With respect to the funding, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to access funding, and we're more than willing to work with any partner to help them achieve whether or not it's grant money or money from other levels of government, and we acknowledge that that's likely in a lot of cases how that money is going to flow through to us. So yes, of course, we reopen that.
Okay. My last question is with structured spaces that are leased and often permitted in this kind of way, it may restrict free play in the area, and which means young people can decide in the morning, okay, let's go play, and we don't see as many opportunities like that in places. So have you looked at the last couple of years of use of the field in these two schools to make sure that there's not already a lot of activities that is happening that is non-structured, young people, and how would that be impacted? If it's not being used right now, and if this is bringing more people in and more use, that's different from if it's already being used, and if it's being used for free play and gathering and all this stuff. How do we do this in a way that doesn't take away that dynamic nature of how the community interacts with that space?
Thank you, and through the chair. So with these artificial turf field type projects, people can come onto the field and use the fields when they are not being permitted out, or when they're not being used by, for example, in this case, Scottish Rugby. We can make information available through the community, the school website. There are to say that all our fields are permitted every single hour that they are available, that is not the case. There is often some free time where no one is using the field and people can come onto the field. We don't lock up our fields. There are some school boards that do that, but we don't do that unless there are really, really serious reasons why we need to do that. And so, you know, if the field is open on a Sunday morning, a family could come out and use it without having to go through a permit process, for example.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. Next up, Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Similar to my colleagues, I think this is a really exciting investment. I rely personally, as an athlete and a coach, I often rely on TDSB facilities, community spaces, in addition to private and commercial spaces. So I really have an appreciation of how difficult the access can be to get quality facilities. And especially as you get sports specific, it just gets that much more challenging. So I think this is really great. It seems to me when I look at the shared use schedule that you have struck a good balance between prioritizing TDSB students and also for the licensee and for the public. I just wanted to hear whether or not, as part of this process, whether there was any feedback from groups that might feel restricted or shut out of this current schedule, and then just what that looked like in terms of conversation and what that means for future projects and how that's approached.
Thank you. And through the chair, I am not sure how much Lawrence Park's field is permitted out. I suspect not very, very much, for the reason that it's not really a premium field space. So I don't think we would see very much, but I can certainly go back to permits and find out.
Thank you. Not being as familiar with this particular site, I heard some comments as well from the side here that are helpful. I think I just echo some of the sentiments I heard from colleagues around equity of access. Talking about things like permit fees, we've already seen those go up in ways that we can't control with the consumer price index. And I think regardless of having subsidization, increases are really felt by a lot of the groups that have higher needs, that are groups that we really want to be able to support where we can. So I think I just repeat it at this point, but many of the points that were made by Trustee Shan, Trustee Shishkandaraja, I just really encourage staff to continue considering those through this work. Thank you.
Okay, and now we are back to, I don't see any new speakers on this item, so we'll go back to Trustee Shishkandaraja. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So I know the figure 1.5 has been thrown around. What hasn't been clear to me is how much are we going to pony up for this field?
Through the chair, we are not contributing towards the artificial turf field, but we will be doing some repairs. It only makes sense to address the track that goes around that field, which is in poor condition and was already on a list to be upgraded and replaced. And I think there are also some old bleachers. That was something else that we were looking at contributing towards, and that is both of those are SCI, School Condition Improvement Grant eligible.
Thank you. Also, in terms of the hours that they've set out, is there any space for them to renegotiate if they want more hours or if they want less throughout their term, or is this a fixed term?
Through the chair, it's fixed. If there was any amendment to any aspect of what you see in front of you, the requirement would be that we would have to bring that amendment back through not only TLC board, but TDSB board as well. But to answer your question, they're fixed. And so no, there isn't, after we get authority, there would be no ability for them to change the schedule of use.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, they don't have the ability to sort of sub-license it to other groups?
Through the chair, they do not.
And through the Chair, how did we arrive at this idea? Did they approach us? Did other nonprofits approach us? How did we move away from the private? I know we've discussed why the private model might not, or for-profit model might not have worked best, but how did we arrive at this idea?
Through the chair, it was, I think there's a number of sites that have been, I think, piqued the interest of whether or not it's commercial or not-for-profit groups throughout the portfolio. And I know for a fact that this site and this group had an interest in doing something here for quite some time. I think that, us collectively at the TLC as well as the TDSB wanted to come up with a way that we could ensure, not only an investment in the site, but access by the public, maximizing the access by the community and the school, and also set up a way to actually, I think, scale this across the portfolio, which is, what we're starting with Emory and Pearson. And I think it was through conversations internally about what worked in the past and what we would like to see going forward, and that's how we came up with it. It was done collaboratively between the TLC and the TDSB.
Yeah. And through you, Madam Chair, I know that there's a sort of a clause in there of the monetary contributions that we'll make for a traffic or parking study. I just wanted to know, how much do these studies typically cost us?
Through the chair, they're probably in the range of around $25,000.
Thank you. And so they will contribute 5,000, and we would be expected to contribute the remaining 20,000?
Through the chair, if a parking study is required, yes. So that would likely be determined through building permit process if the city flags it. So we're leaving it. It may not be a requirement of this development, though.
In the event, through you, Madam Chair, in the event that there's a dispute over the maintenance, or they want the field to be replaced before the 15-year mark, how will we approach that? Will a third party be called to be involved, or how would we solve that?
Through the chair, that's correct. So I think this was similar to the question that Trustee McLean asked earlier. The term sheet in front of you doesn't have the full extent of the agreement. The agreement, when we draft it, with respect to that particular clause, will have language in there that if both parties can't agree upon a replacement, or when that replacement should happen of the field, third-party expert will come in to determine when the appropriate time is to replace it.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the permit funds that are generated from this my understanding is it will go into the reserve fund for the field. But our other permits, when we permit out our other properties, that money does not go into replenishing, or does that money go into, replenishing that school that is permitted out, or does that go to a central pot that we decide how to spend the money?
Thank you. Through the chair, we do collect we do have a reserve fund for playing field improvements, and permit fees that are generated from playing fields goes towards that reserve fund. And then it is used for other playing fields across the system.
But in this case, through you, Madam Chair, whatever's made will go into the reserve fund just for the school.
For the field, yes.
Yes, okay. And I imagine if they don't make the money that's required, it'll come from the central pot.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. So just, another reason again why equity lens should be used as we continue forth on projects. Through you, Madam Chair, the other question I wanted to ask is, the rugby club is getting, I think great value, a 25-year lease, especially in this current, real estate climate. When we have RFPs like this, do we ask the organization, especially nonprofits, what extent do they go in making sure they're accessible, these programs are accessible? Do they subsidize for students who come from lower SES environments or families?
Yeah, through the chair. So just again, I reiterate, this is a license agreement. There's a distinction between a lease and a license agreement. It's a license agreement, so it's not a commercial interest in the land. And the second part of your question, yes, that there is, as part of the RFP, we want to ensure access to the field from a broad area of the city. And so this particular group has an outreach to areas of high equity or LOI in order to grow the sport within areas of the city that perhaps don't have access to rugby.
Okay, thank you. Just, again, suggestion for future RFPs that we prioritize organizations that make that a priority. Even if they're nonprofit, doesn't mean necessarily that that's their focus. So my next question through you, Madam Chair, in terms of the RFP, what role did community consultations play? Like, do we know that this community wants this? Or is this something we make a decision and then we approach the community?
Through the chair, you'll see as part of the deputations, there's a couple letters of support from not only the school, but the local community. And yes, we had a number of meetings, not only with the school, but with community members as well. And that would be standard going forward with not only Emory, Pearson, but any other site that we would duplicate this process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff, for entertaining all these questions for me and my colleagues. It is a somewhat new enterprise for us, and so with it comes a lot of conversations that are needed to have. And my final point, not a question, just a point, that we have to recognize, though this is good for our community and our students, this is the increasing privatization of our public spaces, no matter how we frame it. And this, again, as I want to reiterate from my previous statements, just an outcome of increased push for privatization that comes from lack of funding. So I just want to encourage and make sure that, though this is great, that we as a board continue to advocate for more funding when it comes to these sort of initiatives for revitalizing our school spaces, because it shouldn't fall on the hands of other groups that are often also strapped for cash themselves to do the work that our governments should be doing, that we contribute our taxes to. So again, thank you, staff, and I look forward to seeing how this unfolds.
Okay, we have one more speaker on the list. Trustee Rajwani, it's your turn.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think some of my questions were just asked. My only question as it relates to the operating cost piece, are we also providing them with storage on site, or is it simply just access to the field?
Through the chair, it's just access to the field. There's no contemplation of storage on site.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, and with that, we're going to open the vote on, oh no, I need a mover and a seconder, Trustee Laskin and Trustee Williams, thank you. And we will open the vote on this item.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Cherneslin in favor. Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? In favor. Who's in favor?
Trustee Patel in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Are we missing anyone? Is eScribe stuck?
Well, Trustee Earhart opposed.
It has carried. I'm just looking for. Right? Yeah. It has carried 17-1. Okay, so we are going to go into recess and take a break so that we can stretch our legs and allow people to have a bio break. So we will resume. Thank you. We're just going to wait to go live. We're back? Okay, thank you. And we're live once again. So just a reminder, we are now on item number 7, which was matters postponed from a previous meeting. And it's item 7.1, which is the status of childcare centers. I'm going to turn it over to Associate Director Salmon, who will introduce this report, please. Thank you.
Test, thank you. Trustees, before you is a report on the status of childcare centers in the TDSB. This report came out of a motion from September the 27th, 2003, where trustees requested that the director provide an update on the status of childcare services across the TDSB, including an update on the 17 new childcare centers announced by the province in 2017. The report also aims to identify any inequities of access to childcare across the system. I would ask Cynthia Grunman, our Senior Policy Advisor and Manager of Childcare Services, to speak to this particular report. Cynthia?
Great. Thank you, Audley. Through the chair, good evening, everyone. Since 2017, there have been significant commitments made around the growth and development of Toronto's licensed childcare system. These commitments have intensified, in fact, with the implementation of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Care Program, better known as the $10 a day program, and the corresponding city and ministry targets that have been made. As we all know, TDSB plays an important role in the provision of school spaces for licensed childcare programs. Currently, we provide space for approximately 25% of Toronto's licensed infant, toddler, and preschool system, and almost half of our elementary schools have a co-located childcare program in place, offering over 8,300 spaces for these children. As noted in this report, while areas with higher inequities and disproportional access to childcare are prioritized in our joint capital planning processes, there are still some areas of Toronto with service gaps. We often refer to these as service deserts. TDSB's 17 childcare capital projects have been intentionally located in areas with the highest demand for subsidized care and in these service deserts. Notably, these are in the Northwest and Scarborough regions of Toronto. Appendix B in this report shows Toronto Children's Services areas of priority for CWILC expansion. These are the areas noted in red, where fewer children have access to licensed care based on child population. Many of our capital projects, in fact, 14 of the 17, are actually located in those priority or red areas. TDSB's childcare capital plans support the board's commitment to enhancing our early year system in schools and in supporting improved equity for children and families. These commitments are clearly articulated in our early learning and care policy, among other board policies that drive our work. The absence of sufficient funding for these 17 plus the other 11 childcare capital projects puts these projects and the board's commitments at risk. Furthermore, without access to this planned childcare, children and families who face the highest inequities in our city, many of whom will become our students, continue to go without care, potentially missing out on crucial early learning opportunities that have been shown by decades of research to close important achievement gaps and improve trajectories and outcomes. As a school board, we recognize our important leadership role in supporting joint capital planning with our city partners and the ministry. We also play an important role in supporting the ongoing delivery of early years programs in our schools. As stated throughout the report, we continue to support the development of childcares. This has been unwavering in schools through capital projects, but we cannot move forward alone and without sufficient funding. Thank you, and back over to you, Audley.
Thank you, Cynthia. We also welcome Executive Officer Schneider and also Associate Director Zucker in order to support with response to any questions. Look forward to any questions available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking around the room. I suspect there will be a number of questions. No, that's all. Is that, or is that now? Oh, that's now. Okay, so we have Trustee Shiskandarajah first, then Trustee Laskin. So that's the start of the speakers list. Trustee Shiskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification on some things. So when we say community-based center growth had declined in the last decade or so. Does that mean nonprofit, city-run, or for-profit, or do we mean all three of the above?
So through the chair, these are provincial statistics and provincial trends that I was referring to in the report. So these are not limited to the three categories you described there. These would be general community-based programs that could be nonprofit, could be for-profit, could be Montessori, but they are not based in schools.
Yeah. And through you, Madam Chair, I would like to hear a bit more about, in recent headlines in the papers, we are hearing about private daycares pulling out of the $10 a day, saying that it's just not feasible for them. There's been a lot of sort of outrage from parents saying that they can't afford this, but it's up to these private daycares to choose how they want to continue their business model. So I wanted to know how. And one of the rationales of these daycares is that they can't keep up with the financial requirements to run it from what they're being subsidized from the government. So I want to know how do we as a school board, or the ones in our schools, how do we remain sustainable? How do we keep going when we're seeing sort of other organizations shutting down their programs, or at least opting out of the $10 a day?
So through the chair, I'll start off, and then I'll ask Cynthia to also speak on this topic. We brought forward last year 2 reports on the $10 day initiative, and we made a decision to recommend to board at that point in time that TDSB would not be going forward with that particular initiative based on some of the costs and based on some of the actual the age category groupings that the funding would support. So for us as an organization, we made that decision, I believe in a report from October, November of 2023, to not move forward with that particular funding. I'll ask Cynthia to make any further comments on that. Cynthia?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, sustainability, certainly with respect to the 0 to 3.8 programs, if I could just maybe ask back a question of clarification. Are you specifically asking about infant, toddler, preschool programs and operators who are not moving forward with CWELC and therefore potentially having to close their doors?
More of they have opted in and now are opting out because it just financially doesn't make sense to them. And so those parents can now not afford the old prices, if you will.
Okay, so to be perfectly honest, I would have to confirm that with our city partners. But what I do know is that the way CWELC is rolling out is that there are specific targets that the city has developed and shared in correspondence with the Ministry of Education that identify the priority areas that we saw on the map, but that also would be eligible, the programs in those areas would only be eligible for CWELC participation if they met the criteria outlined in the city's implementation process. So the longer term sustainability, I mean, I haven't heard trends of operators closing because of CWELC specifically. I know that there are some administrative, I guess, burdens is the way they've been shared with me around the process. What I've heard is that the ministry is trying to work with municipalities to simplify that process so that programs can participate and it's not a burden. But to be perfectly clear on your other questions, I'd feel more comfortable connecting with our city partners and following up with some of that information.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And through you mentioned, just to clarify, I didn't mean they were closing down their operations. Rather, they're opting out of the $10 program. Yes. So they're still running, but they want to go back to their previous funding model and parents can no longer. But yes, if we could get that information. And my last question, and maybe, I don't know if anyone can answer this, but, you, Madam Chair, when Minister Lecce says that we'll continue to build childcare spaces in a faster fashion than we will at the board, what does he mean by that?
So through the chair, I'm not actually going to hazard to actually try to respond to that because at this point in time, it's just not within our purview to be able to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you. My instinct is that it probably is, again, to our previous conversations of increasing privatization. And so maybe that's the route. But also, you know, just to clarify to the public, we can only build as fast as they allow us to. And we're depending on the funding that they give us. So if we're not building fast enough, that's because we don't have the money to build it. So I just want to make sure that that's out there in the public discourse as well. All right, thank you. Thank you for your work on all this.
Trustee Laskin, you're up.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'm going to follow up on my colleagues' previous questions. I remember being so excited back in 2017 when the province announced childcare centres as part of our schools, because this board has modeled the seamless day far before it became a provincial requirement through regulation to model a seamless day. I remember Charles Pascal talking to us about this wonderful model where childcare should be in schools so that kids get used to school settings and learn and play and grow within a school. So 2017, great excitement. Board's going to fund, you know, province is going to fund the board for 28 childcare centers. And we have had map after map to show the disparity in the geography of where those centers are, and they're not necessarily where the greatest need is. There's no question about that. Fast forward to 2020, when this board pledged additional funding to fill a funding gap to actually that could build 17 of those 28. And then we waited, and we waited for approval. And a whole year went by. And then it was COVID. And then the benchmark costs for building in Toronto escalated. So it just is nonsensical to put the blame on the board for not building the childcare centers in a timely fashion with the money the province has given the fact that they're in charge of the funding and they're in charge of all the approvals. Benchmarks for construction have never met the need in Toronto since they were established as part of the funding formula way back when. So here we are, it's now 2024. This was first announced in 2017. And I know we put an advocacy letter out in November of last year, Madam Chair, through you. I'm asking, did we ever get a response to that letter?
So we got a meeting with the minister. I think actually we did get a letter back from the deputy minister, Kate Manson-Smith, and then we had, I think, didn't we? I feel like we did. Yes, Ryan's shaking or nodding in agreement. We did get a letter back, but we also got. I met with the minister. I was given a follow-up meeting where we discussed all of the things that have been raised this evening. We discussed the benchmarks. We discussed the delays in getting ministry approval. And I asked questions about the possibility of pooling the additional funding that was being offered on a per project basis. And I was left with the impression that the minister would consider those things that we discussed and have not had an answer back. Based on all of that, and well, I can speak after, but that's my answer to your question in terms of what the upshot was of those letters.
Thank you. So since 2020, the board had, at the time of 2020, the board had the funding with the ministry funding and the money that we were putting in to build 17 childcare centers that would have provided 1,000 childcare spaces in areas of the city with the highest need. So, Madam Chair, I will support any additional new advocacy that you wish to put forward tonight, because certainly the roadblock has not been with this board, who has, I will reiterate, supported a seamless day model before the province supported a seamless day model. And I'm just really looking forward to hearing from my colleagues and hearing from you how you propose we move forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are now at Trustee Earhart, followed by Vice Chair Shen, and then I'm happy to go at the end. I'll pass the chair.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. And thank you for this report. I am so frustrated, but it's not directed at TDSB staff at all. I'm so grateful for the frequent updates that we're receiving and also the commitment to this model. In some recent board meetings, I've discussed how on a rare occasion I've agreed with the education minister. This is an area where I believe I have an entire philosophical difference from Minister of Education. And I wonder how many parents he speaks to and how many children he has been involved in caring for. I don't know if it's possible to put it on the screen, but the Appendix B, you know, as a parent with a young one is jarring. So I represent Toronto Danforth. We're green. And in the context of the city, you know, our very hard work in our community for childcare, we could see it here. We have 46%, it says. And there are just so many parts of the city that have numbers like 20%. And if I understand it correctly, and I would appreciate if staff could clarify this for me, that means that it's the opposite. It's 100% minus that number are the number of children between the ages of 0 and 4 that lack access to a licensed, i.e. safe, childcare center. And so in my ward, if I understand it correctly, it's 54% of children under the age of 4 lack access. And in Scarborough Southwest, if I understand it correctly, and my apologies, my child is just behind me, that would be 79% of children lack access to a licensed childcare in 2024. And so just before did I understand that correctly, that appendix?
Through the chair, you absolutely did. Those percentages denote the percent of families with young children 0 to 4 in those neighborhoods who currently have access to a licensed childcare program.
So I mean, this is excruciating. And so I don't understand what the holdups are here. And so, and I want to bring out something else, and I'm wondering if staff are able to confirm this. My recollection from an earlier deputation from a previous meeting was that the capital funding that we are currently in discussions with the province, as it seems, because of the red tape that they have put in place to prevent these centers from being built. My understanding is this could be the only capital funding in the city of Toronto from the province for licensed childcare spaces. Is that staff's understanding as well?
Through the chair. Oh, sorry, Audley.
No, please go ahead, Cynthia.
Okay, through the chair, there are other community-based capital projects happening. I don't have any more information on the number of those projects or where they're at, the status of those, but could certainly follow up with trustees if they were interested in that information. And actually on Appendix B, you can see where some of those projects are based on the icons of the blue circle, the blue triangle, the gray, and the lighter blue.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And our focus here really is on childcare centers co-located at school facilities. And I want to speak very quickly as a parent on the importance of these and the need for this kind of facility at every public school in the province, and that includes every school in the TDSB, and why we must remain steadfast in this commitment. It may not be for every parent, but for many parents, this is one of the only viable options to be able to get your children to your educational institution and childcare center and get to a job on time. That is how we function in this city. It is a very essential source. And as a person that never got access to a school-based licensed childcare, despite being in a green zone, I know very well the barriers that were presented to me while I was on the bus every day, dropping off a child far from my home to then go and try to hold down a job. And so this is really about the economic engine of this city. And I am shocked that a government that purports to be for economic development and building this province is not in support of the most convenient childcare that exists for parents. So I am hopeful that they will come to the table at this point. The last thing for my time here that I would like to ask of staff is just to remind me of the benefits that I may not always understand as a parent about having childcare close to school. I believe in previous presentations, we've heard around how that can co-locate support services, how it may facilitate special needs staff. I just want to invite staff to kind of remind us of some of the other evidence and benefits to having 0 to 4 childcare spaces co-located or located adjacent to schools. Thank you.
Is staff able to respond?
Through the chair, Cynthia, would you like to respond?
Sure, I wasn't sure if you wanted to, Audley, so I'm happy to. Okay, so through the chair, it's a great question, Trustee Earhart, and there is lots of research. I'm not going to reference it though openly right now, but there is quite a bit of research that supports the concept of school-based or co-located childcares. Off the top of my head, some of the most prominent reasons for having co-located childcares, you cited them in terms of continuity of relationships, continuity of environment, continuity being a very important theme in early childhood. In addition to that, there's a lot of research that supports the co-location of childcares in schools and the transition to kindergarten, where there is some research that suggests co-located childcares, in fact, make it a more positive transition, not only for children, but for families as well. And so that's some of the research that actually drove some of this initial planning back in what Trustee Laskin said, 2017, with the Charles Pascal model around co-location of services in schools. There's also other mutual benefits in terms of the adult professionals who work and can share with permissions, of course, for students who have exceptional or extra support needs or families with extra support needs as children transition throughout the schools. The access to resource teachers and other kinds of professionals is also one of the often cited benefits of having co-located childcares in schools. And I'd be remiss to mention the footprint aspect of having childcares in schools makes sense geographically. They're community spaces. We have families gathering there. From your personal experience that you shared, Trustee Earhart, in terms of convenience, location, and travel times, there's lots of other, I guess, more logistical benefits that are listed as well in the research around co-location of services in schools. And I would reference the Toronto First Duty Project. It's something that you can look up that studied this concept for a number of years, I want to say over 10 years, and that led to the implementation of full-day kindergarten and a lot of the early years work that the ministry has implemented over the last 10 years, more than 10 years.
Thank you very much. That seems like very clear evidence that a Minister of Education that has been in place for so long would have access to for the cost benefit of these centers. And with inflation the way it is, the costs just keep going up, but it's always going to be the right thing to build these centers in this way. And so I really want to continue to encourage my fellow trustees that we must keep up this work. It is the most important work for children. And just in closing, I gave birth to my child in Sweden, and I've said this before, I gave birth on a Sunday, and on a Wednesday I received a letter telling me which local school my child would go to for their childcare at the age of 1. That was my experience before coming to this city. And so it is possible. We can do this. We just can't keep dithering for another generation. I really hope that alongside my trustee colleagues, not just here, but province-wide, that we can work to make this a reality for more families. And I hope someday we get to a childcare center in every school in the province. And thank you so much for your work on this today. And Chair, that was it from me. Thank you.
Vice Chair Shan, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we've had this conversation multiple times over even this term. So I wanted to kind of ask a few questions. Just from staff through you, Madam Chair, the first announcement on these childcare centers building was made in 2017, is that right?
Ms. Grundon?
Sorry, yes, through the chair, I believe some of the first approved projects date back to 2017.
Okay. Out of those projects, how many have been built to date?
Out of the 17, none of them have been built.
None of them. So zero site have been built from 2017 to now. 2021 is the year that TDSB offered the funding to go towards this building these sites. If I'm correct, is there can we be reminded about the amount that we committed at that time?
Through the chair, we pledged an additional $14.3 million from our proceeds of disposition.
Okay, just roughly 2017 to now, how much, by approximately what percentage has construction costs gone up, particularly post-COVID, from what we would have projected in 2017 to for the same projects today? Rough, I mean, approximate percentages.
Thank you. And through the chair.
Yes, could I get Audley to?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm going to ask either Executive Officer Snyder or Pichetti to respond to that particular question.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would say on average, we are seeing costs above 50% from the last approved project funding that we received.
So these delays have costed us technically, about 50%. So that would mean we have now 17, we have seen number 28 in some places and 17 in other places. Can you explain what these sites are? How many did we start with? Where are we at? And if you were to build today with the funding allocated, what would that be in terms of number of sites?
Thank you. And through the chair. So the first 17 projects. They were the first group of projects that were approved in 2017. And then there were subsequent projects that were approved shortly after that. And that's what makes up the 28 in total. And I'm sorry, through the chair, the second question that you had asked?
Is that what is the current amount of funding that is confirmed and available? And if we were to build with that funding, how many sites would we be able to build?
So based on the approved funding, we would probably be able, with proceeds of disposition, to complete 10 to 11 of the projects. But recognizing that we are operating from cost estimates.
And just taking us back out of these projects, do we know how many schools have seamless daycare model right now in our system?
Through the chair.
Cynthia?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, if we are referring to seamless as a school that has a 0 to 3.8 program, we have about 47% of our elementary schools with a program in place. Not all of them would have infant, toddler, and preschool. Some would have toddler preschool, some would have only preschool, some would have all three program types. But 47% of our elementary schools have a program in place that serves a child between birth and 3.8 years of age. The caveat with that is we also have some closed schools and some secondary schools and some adult centers who also have co-located childcares, but that doesn't necessarily serve the seamless model that we've been discussing today.
And do we know how many of these seamless childcare model schools are located in Learning Center 3?
Through the chair, we would have that information. I just don't have that at my fingertips, so we could certainly provide that after.
Definitely not 47%. We were looking at the number of locations in a map. There are, few, probably 3, 4 in each of the wards. So the discrepancy is pretty stark. And I know it's not the TDSB's issue because we've shown our commitment to build these places, but it's important for the regional inequities to be addressed and to be communicated to the current government, a government that proposes to cut down red tape has not really helped in this matter. A government that says that it represents the suburbs and does not represent the quote unquote elite downtown has not really lived up to its commitment for the suburbs. And I think it's critical for us to communicate the fact that these sites that we are proposing to build are sites that are desperately needed in North Jobico North, North York, and most of them in Scarborough. And the stark reality is that and it's important to recognize, as Trustee Erhard mentioned, it is an economic development issue, but it's also a human rights issue. Access to childcare is not a gender-based issue, it is actually a human rights issue. And unfortunately, it's framed as a gender-based issue where childcare should be both any gender's responsibility. And so I think it's important for us to push as hard as possible as a system. And I know we have written letters and we've not gotten a respectable engagement back. So it's important for us to figure out ways in which we can increase the type of advocacy that we are doing as a system here, because these are lost opportunities. These are reinforcement of inequities in our society, and who loses out are racialized, marginalized communities in underserviced areas predominantly, but the country itself and economically, everybody is losing out, and it's important to communicate this clearly. So thank you for all your answers, and I'm hoping that we can step up our advocacy in the coming days.
Okay, so I'm next on the list, so I'm wondering if I can pass the chair to you, Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Chancellor.
Okay, thanks. This has obviously been something that we've been going back and forth on for, it feels like longer than many months. We've made some strong attempts to build many of these sites over the years, but we've never had enough funding. And the recent, in the last 5-6 months where we have had some movement from the province towards helping us, it's been severely insufficient in terms of realizing these goals. And I think the inertia that we've seen since I've been a trustee, that's 6 years, there's really been from low benchmarks to delays in terms of getting approvals to proceed, to increased cost because of these delays by the ministry, to again funding shortfalls, and the cycle keeps going over and over and over again. Followed up with most recently this this funding, which I know was originally under embargo, but has been reported in the media. So, and also the Toronto Catholic Board has been speaking quite openly about it. They have the same problem we're having. Their projects have experienced the same delays. Their projects have come in underfunded, and they are in the same boat as us. And we've recently been doing advocacy with them, and I do think there's power in that. But I have to say that I think most of you know me as a pretty sunny optimist. I'm feeling like the province is not really committed to building seamless day model childcare, even though it is, we know, the gold standard in terms of what works best for families. We've talked about it tonight, but it's also regarded as the gold standard in ministry guidelines. It's also what's referred to in the Canada-Ontario agreement on childcare funding. They actually refer to this type of seamless day model and childcare is built in schools. So this is widely acknowledged as what they're supposed to be building. And I feel like we're at a point now where if we're unable to go ahead with any of these, the province is walking away from our proceeds of disposition. I feel like that's one carrot that we have for them, which is the proceeds of disposition that we have allocated towards this. And so if they don't go ahead, they're leaving that on the table. And so from my perspective, I think we have a significant number of projects that are shovel ready. And I guess I would like to know from staff, if we were to consider the amount of money that the province has recently earmarked, because I think they've earmarked it for childcare, whether they build it with us or whether they build it somewhere else. I think it's been earmarked for, this is just what I think, I don't know, but I think it's been earmarked for childcare capital. So with that money, if we were able to pool that, instead of it being just allocated the way they originally envisioned it and proposed it, but if we were able to pool that and add it to the proceeds of disposition that we've allocated, and together with the funding that we've been given per project originally, how many childcares could we build?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm going to ask Executive Officer Puccetti to speak to that.
Thank you. And through the chair, again, This is based on cost estimates, and you never know till you actually go out to tender. But we would be able to build probably 10 to 11 projects, pooling the POD and the available capital, childcare capital priorities funding if we were able to do that.
While I feel 10 to 11 is way below where we should be because we had 28 projects that we're committed to, I would like to put the province in the position that they're turning us down from building 10 to 11 projects because 10 to 11 is better than none. And if they're not going to be built, because we don't have the funding to do it, I think it has to be laid at the hands of the government. So I will be bringing a business arising motion once we're concluded. Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. And Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. My colleagues, I just want to thank all of you for asking your questions because I had many of those same questions. And I just want to share in your outrage on the fact that the province is unwilling to fund these childcare centers. I'm kind of speechless about it, actually. I did have a question. It might be a question for the city, but I'll see if staff can answer it. It's about Appendix B. So I represent Spadina and Fort York, which seems to have the highest number of Section 37 funded childcare centers going in. And I just wondered, when those are being built, to what percentage of the population are they aiming to accommodate with those new ones being built?
Through the chair, Ms. Grunman.
So thank you, Audley. Through the chair, each of those, my understanding is that each of those triangles, because I think they're mostly triangles in Spadina, Fort York, would represent a child care of size, so children, not families, roughly speaking, 80 to 90. If we're talking about one group size for each of the age groups, infant, toddler, preschool. So I'm making assumptions about these specific centers, but if we were to take one age group, one infant, toddler, preschool program for each of those triangles, it would be roughly 80 children being served there. And I could certainly confirm that because we aren't involved in the community-based capital projects, but we could certainly confirm that information from our colleagues in the city.
Thank you. Yeah, it would be really interesting to know as the population densifies in that area if we're actually building childcare to the anticipated need, since we have that opportunity for a fresh start in those neighborhoods. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not seeing, let's just check the Zoom. I'm not seeing any further questions on this item. So can I have a mover and a seconder for 7.1? We'll do business arising after. Trustee Laskin, is there a seconder for this report?
Skandaraja.
Was that Sir Skandaraja? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Trustee Sir Skandaraja. All those in favor of receiving this report? It's going up on eScribe. I am in favor.
Pay in favor.
Volker Rotman in favor.
Lee is in favor.
Arts in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Trustee Rajagulasingham, Trustee Rajwani. I think we have to mark her as absent.
I voted. Did you capture my vote, Madam Trustee? Yeah, Madam Chair.
Just checking. We got your vote.
Okay, thank you.
We have you as in favor. Okay, and that has carried 20-0. At this time, I'd like to pass the chair to Vice Chair Shen. I'd like to move business arising.
Go ahead, Trustee Chanslin.
Yes, I'd like to move business arising, and I wonder if, and I do have a seconder, it's Trustee DeVitis. Okay, may I speak to the motion?
Sure, go ahead, Trustee Chanslin.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. So as I explained in my comments before, I think we're at a place where publicly we can do some discussion of what was previously embargoed because it has been reported in the media. Gives us a little bit more flexibility. I think we need to put additional pressure on this government because the longer we wait, the more costs go up. And the longer he does not give us an answer, costs go up. I think we're in a good place for advocacy at the moment. The Catholic Board has done a letter. There's been some press that we've garnered on this issue because of this report coming forward. So I think this is very strong timing for a letter to go out. I think this motion really speaks to what needs to be included in this letter. It needs to speak to the seamless day model that all levels of government, including the provincial government, this provincial government, maintains is the best model for students and families. It needs to include information on the benchmarks and how costs are estimated. There's been a lot of blaming the TDSB and other boards that these are due to our own overages when that's really not an accurate portrayal of how we got where we are. It needs to, I think we ought to be, as I said, putting forward an offer to the government to turn down, and that would be to allow us to pool the money that they've set aside for childcare capital projects together with ours, and the money that was allocated earlier as well, and together move forward on those 10 or 11 projects and get to work immediately. The longer we wait, the more costs go up. The longer they wait, the more costs go up. And I think we have to put them in a bit of a checkmate position that it's them turning this down as opposed to us having to wear this. Because we've been sitting at the table for a long time without a partner who's willing to work with us. So that's where I think we have to go. And I know it's not all 17, it's not all 28, but it's at least a start. We've essentially, through the inertia of this government, there's been a generation of families that have missed out on childcare. And I think that has to stop, and we have to make it very clear that shovels need to get in the ground and these need to get started with the money that they have allocated to this. And finally, what I think is really important that we have in this letter is a list of the projects, the specific projects that we could build if that money was allowed to be pooled. So that if the government turns this down, they are literally turning down families in XYZ community, these sites. And they're the ones saying no to these specific things. And finally, I think that we ask that we get a timely reply to this, acknowledging that the longer they wait on answering us, because they have not been in contact since the last time, even though I have made overtures every time I see the minister. So That's what I'm putting forward. I'm happy to answer any questions people have. And I wish this was a happier motion, to be honest.
Okay, I have Trustee DeWittis and then Trustee Dawson.
And thank you. I'm happy to second this. Thank you to the chair for having this initiative to do this. I have a number of projects in my neighborhood that are on the list that have been promised through the lifespan of some of the children that would have had the opportunity to attend these childcare centers. The fact is that regardless of the comments by the Ministry of Education that they're making publicly, that the RFP process that we put out is structured by them. They set out the benchmarks, they set out the timelines. They're the ones that ultimately create the process that we're following. We're following their process. We're not able to find further efficiencies and develop anything further. They're just not giving us the money to go purchase the goods that we need to in the market. We go out, we tender an RFP, and the monies that people propose for the projects are what the market dictates. So we don't have a mechanism to be more efficient with the money they give us. We could build less childcare centers with the money that they're giving us, but we can't do anything else. So this is a really difficult position. And I feel really frustrated, like many of you, sort of having to explain some of this over and over and over as we continue to get reports on this, because we want to build these childcare centers because we understand what they could mean, to that mom that's struggling to go to work, pay rent, fighting with the grocery bills every month, and trying to get ahead. And ultimately, the reason why there's the universal childcare program that's being developed across Canada is because we came to the realization that the programs pay for themselves. It was true in Quebec, and there's studies that say that. The studies basically showed that the labor participation, primarily from women, that is increased as a result of these type of programs over time, helps to pay for the program because more people get an opportunity to go to work, make better salaries, go to school, and so on. We also know that programs like this decrease child poverty because of the same reasons, because those parents have better life opportunities by being able to go to work. So the fact that we have been having this conversation since 2017, 2018, but we haven't yet put a brick in place, a single brick in place anywhere in the TDSB because of these promises that don't materialize into actual funding is really deeply frustrating. And it is a shame that the Ministry of Education has failed to live up to their promise. And I think we need to make that statement strongly as we can, because we're collectively failing that mom, those many, many moms out there that are struggling to make a better life for their families. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee DeWittis. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question about 3. What was reported in the Toronto Star today?
Okay, through the chair, there was reference to the 25%. So to the embargoed material. There was an article though about the status of these capital projects in the TDSB and the TCDSB and the challenges boards are facing, the ministry's perspective, our perspectives, and where it's left things. But there was the reason why we've referenced that is because the embargo hasn't officially been lifted, but it's but the minister has referred to it in questions in media scrums, He's referred to it. It's been reported in 2 different media outlets, including as recently as this morning in the Toronto Star. So we didn't want to be in the position of us looking like we were breaking an embargo, and that's why. But since it has been broken and not officially lifted, I feel like as trustees we should be able to speak about it. But at the same time, I want to be respectful that it was not, I didn't break the embargo. The embargo was broken at some point. It's in the media at this point. The Catholic Board has referred to it as well in their public letter, maybe like a couple weeks ago. So that's why that's there.
Okay,
Does that
thank you.
clarify?
That's helpful, yeah. So it's correct to say that the Catholic Board is also doing this? Or they have their own advocacy happening? Sorry, I was confused about that.
So it's the question, do you want to answer that, Trustee Cheneslin, or I can ask the staff?
I'm happy to take a stab at it, and if staff have more to add, they certainly, I don't know how much I assume they're talking to our coterminous board. But yes, the Catholic Board has a similar situation. They've written a recent advocacy letter about it. And in fact, the chair of the Catholic Board reached out. We've been discussing this for some time, and she reached out to me today, and tomorrow we're doing a joint interview about it. So there really is joint advocacy on this. I know we had joint advocacy on the city budget and the Toronto Youth Cabinet motion, but we're also doing joint advocacy on this as well. That seems to be sort of, we weren't not really joint advocacy, but they're advocating the same thing, and now we're finding we're so aligned that we're going to speak publicly about it together.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. I'm so torn about this, but I appreciate you putting it forward, and in my opinion, it's probably the best course of action with what we have at this point in time. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Earhart.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm supportive of the motion, so I'm just so frustrated, and thanks everyone for listening to that frustration. But I do believe that we're all expressing the frustration of our communities and our broader city and the broader province in terms of access. This is really a generational thing, and I do hope that the government of the day and the minister will listen. So thanks very much for this advocacy. So I want to just reconfirm that this motion, that we are still supportive of the 28 childcare centers. We would still be supportive of efforts to build those. We're still continuing advocacy to even go beyond this proposal. That's correct, right? Like, this is a specific letter, but our continued advocacy efforts for getting to the earlier vision, but also the vision to 100%, that still exists, correct?
Yeah, the chair, Trustee Cheneslin says yes.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to we don't need to say it explicitly, because that's understood with point A1, correct? That the TDSB strongly supports a seamless day model, which means we would support any proposals for new childcare centers co-located with schools in principle as a board. Is that, like, do we need to explicitly state that, or is it evident in this? I'd appreciate others' views and the chair's view as well. Thank you.
We've never wavered.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to things together after I do the thing? Okay. I'm going to get, instead of going back and forth, I'm going to get Trustee Cheneslin to make notes of some of the things so she can go on speakers later at the end and say a few things to respond to people, if that's okay.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. A question to the movers, I guess. And I want to be upfront that I think this is a societal challenge that it is government's responsibility to solve. And the federal government has moved, and the provincial government has taken steps and joined the process in support of the $10 a day. And they just haven't done the second part of and actually build them so that families can benefit from the deal that was negotiated. But my sense from the chair is that you want to draw a line in the sand and you want to put the ball in their court and you want to kind of make them decide that they're going to do this or not. And to that end, this doesn't talk about how much we were willing to put forward, how much they had identified that they would, or a time frame, well, be it 120 days, 180 days, that we would expect them to respond, or that we would reasonably conclude that they had turned the page and gone somewhere else, and we could allot the $14.3 million of POD to allocate it differently. So are we trying to, I'm all in favor of the line in the sand and throwing them figuratively the ball and highlighting exactly what we'd be building, where we'd be building it, with what money we'd be building it, and having them decide that they're going to do this or they're not. But I'm not entirely sure that this does any of that. So is that what we're trying to do?
Through the chair, am I able to respond? So I think it does do that. Maybe I'm seeing it differently, but I'm asking that we're going to have a list of those 10 to 11 projects in the letter. I think it will speak to those specifics because the letter is how we write it. It just has to include all of these pieces, but it will include the specifics of the POD. It will include the specifics of how much that 25%, how much we calculate that to. It will include all of those things. In terms of setting a deadline of we expect a letter back or an answer in, by April 1st or however that would work. What happens when April 1st comes and that doesn't happen? I mean, maybe that's what we should do. I'm open to feedback on that. I am cognizant of the fact that I don't know if it has any bearing on it, but I know the childcare agreement with the federal government, between the federal government and the province, was set to be under review. There was a provision in it that there would be reviewed in January. So I don't know if part of the lack of answer is related to that from the government. I have no idea. That's just in my head as something, a possibility, but I don't actually have any real reason to know that. But I'm open if people think there should be a deadline on this letter. I think that it enables us to say, I've said a timely reply. But if people would like a date, or if you'd like to make it a date, you can put an amendment on it. I'm certainly open to that.
Did you, in your course of, again, through the chair, in the course of your previous advocacy and your meeting with the minister, was there not an expectation of a timely response?
I left the ball in the province's court. I left it in the minister's. Because I felt that we were talking somewhat in generalities at that point. I didn't have a board decision to push as hard as this letter does. We didn't have the specifics of, this many, but
Okay.
No,
well,
I didn't give a deadline on that. At the time, he said, "Are you going to put that in a, are you going to put these things in a letter?" And I said, "I think you should come back to us with an offer that is, based on some of these things that we've talked about, that is reasonable to get us to get these projects built." I don't know how to, Trustee McLean, I don't know how to, I think if you want to put a date on it, you should make an amendment, or if other trustees feel that, then I'm happy to entertain that, but I don't know what date that would be off the top of my head.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee King, and then I have Trustee Laskin on the list as well. Thank you, Trustee Cheneslin, for putting this forward. I see this as two things. One, obviously, giving some sort of a ask and deadline to the ministry, but this is also indirectly or directly a board approval for settling with smaller number of sites in a way that gives authority as a board to the chair to negotiate this lower number of sites, which is a practical solution to build. Let's say I said 11 is better, 10 is better than nothing. But I do worry that this may be interpreted as giving up on the other sites. And that's why I think it's critical for us to articulate our commitment to all the sites and request that the province, some of the things that we've said in the past, saying, we would like to build these sites, we would like these sites to be funded, to be also articulated in the same letter. In addition to, if there are not sufficient funds in time, this is an option to go to, as opposed to settling onto this. So if that needs a Part D that says the board continues to reiterate our commitment to building all the sites that are proposed, and reiterates our commitment to advocating for all the sites that are, because that is critical, I think, because we know the context of this discussion, but down the road, this may be interpreted as a way in which a further prioritization took place and 11 were listed. Then new set of trustees might be here, who knows, talking about 11 instead of 17 or 28. So it's important to kind of continue our conversation with the base of that. So if that is possible, and I just through you, Madam Chair, to staff, would it be possible to come up with a number in terms of the amount of funding that would be necessary to build all of the sites and what that shortfall of funding is?
Would staff like to respond?
So through the chair, I'll ask Executive Officer Pachetti to respond to that.
Thank you, and through the chair. Again, I do want to preface that these are based on cost estimates. If we were given the latitude to pool more of the capital priorities funding for all 28 projects, then we would be able to undertake more work. We would be able to do more additions. So it's really a matter of, what we are permitted to do with the funding. And, the other thing I would add is that the market has changed. If we were to go out, we may see a decrease in some of these costs that would allow us to do even more projects. We most likely wouldn't tender all the projects at the same time because that just would overwhelm the market. So, we would still tender projects in groups, and that would give us the time to step back and reflect and see, what our capacity is.
How many, through you, Madam Chair, how many of the projects have building permits obtained already? Like the process have been completed to start?
I couldn't hear, sorry. Through the chair, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear the question.
How many of the projects, how many of these sites have gone through the process of obtaining building permits or having gotten the state of, having had all the approvals necessary to start building.
Thank you. And yes, so the first 17 projects have building permits and are, I would describe as shovel-ready.
So what would the criteria be if we were to prioritize to 10 to 11?
Thank you. And through the chair, when we presented this, when we looked at this earlier in the fall, we were very much guided by the city's priority ranking of the projects. And so that's something that I think we would want to look at again with the city, because the city has a very good understanding of the needs across the system, as do our own staff.
Thank you. I don't know, Trustee Schoeneslin, if it's possible to add D that where it says, be it resolved that the board reconfirms its commitment to advocate to have all 28 sites built as part of the thing, or we can have it as a separate motion. But I think it's important to reiterate that as part of the letter, as part of our commitment. And if there is a possibility, if the staff can come up with a number based on the calculations to the extent possible, that would at least give a sense of a number that we could be advocating for in order for it to be, in order for more projects to be done. So right now, a lot of these things are in abstract in a way that folks who are doing advocacy will need to see that this is the money that TDSB has committed. This is the money that we have already committed by province. This is the roughly approximate amount of money that TDSB is offering through providing real estate, which is huge. And that's if there's a way to come up with what that number is, so that we can show that it's not just the proceeds of disposition. In fact, it's a lot more, and ask a particular amount of money in addition from the province. So that we can actually move forward with all the thing. While this becomes a negotiation tactic to try to build as many as possible, it would be a shame if we are interpreted to be giving up and in fact ultimately interpreted by whoever's trustees a couple of years down the road to be indicating that as well. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe it's an amendment as a part D, or I can move a separate motion on that.
Just to clarify, are you moving a motion or am I returning the chair to you?
I'm asking if that's okay with Trustee Schoeneslin to add that as a thing, but I'll leave it now. If it doesn't get added, then I'll move a motion later, but you can pass it back to me. Thank you, Trustee King.
Can I ask a point of clarification from staff? Just based on the answer that was provided to the vice chair, the 10 to 11 projects, the pooling of the money, is that based on the pooling of the 17 or the pooling of the 28?
Through the chair, it's based on pooling the 17, which includes the additional funding that we receive, plus our previously approved POD. So that amount of money, based on my cost estimates, we could do 10 to maybe 11 projects.
17.
It's only the 17. So, okay, I'll go on the list again.
Okay, yeah, please do that. Okay. I'm going to go to Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I get to those specifics, I actually think the points that are being made can be covered off in the letter without having to change this motion. Because Part A talks about the benefit of the seamless stay that we strongly support. Part B is asking staff for a list of projects. If we're allowed to pool within that, could be the amount that would be remaining to build the remainder 28 that have already been approved. I mean, we can add these into the motion, but the letter is what is going to be important. But that's just my opinion instead of keeping on amending the motion. But clarification then. I thought when we decided back, I guess it was in 2000, to put forward proceeds of disposition to build the 17, that the costing was the proceeds of disposition, the 14 point something million, plus the 17 that was committed by the government, that would have built the 17 back if it was in the year 2000. When they put forward the potential increase of the cost, which was reported in the Toronto Star to be 25% more, did they put forward 25% more on the cost of the 17 or 25% more on the cost of the 28? Because this board has never committed to the 28. We could have committed to the 17 based upon that 14 million, but I don't think the 28 were ever really in play here, even though they were in play on paper. So I just want to clarify that, please. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff.
Through the chair, Trustee Laskin is correct. The board did not, for example, commit any more POD for the other 11 projects, only for the first 17. The funding, the approval to proceed that acknowledges that additional 25% was for the first 17 projects.
Okay, so based on that, through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that some of these details need to come out in the letter. And the fact that the board is committed to childcare in schools, that's unequivocal. What the shortfall in B should refer to, if we're able to pool, we can build X of the 17, and the ministry would have to be providing Y in order to fully make our commitment to the 17. I think that can be covered off without making any amendments. And that's what I would suggest. And when it's being written, obviously facilities would be involved, finance would be involved, child care specifics would be involved. And again, I wouldn't, we can put everything in, but I would rather leave some flexibility to make it make sense. In terms of when we hear by, I actually would prefer not to put that in, simply because it remains with us to have the flexibility to determine what our next step might be. And our next step might be to pull it all and reallocate the 14. If the province isn't serious about building childcare in our schools, moves to build them in malls and other private places, that's really fundamentally changing the use of schools as community centers and community hubs. And I think that's a whole other conversation that is more than just missing a deadline. So again, that would just be my suggestion, but obviously I'm happy to go with whatever the majority decide here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have Trustee Arts, and then I have Trustee Erhard and Trustee McLean for the second round. So after Trustee Arts, so if there's no other first-time speakers, we'll move to the second round. Go ahead, Trustee Arts.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with Trustee Shan's comments earlier about, or concern about, listing just 10 or 11 projects. I think how the motion is actually written in part 4, that asking that the TDSB be able to pool all the money together and then build as many childcare projects as possible in underserved areas, still aims us at the 17. Like, that's the only thing I would say in the letter, is that, is the emphasizing the let us pool the money and begin to build. So I would agree, we want to make sure that we are in the letter itself. I don't think this needs to be any changes to the motion, that as was said, that we are committed to the seamless day model, that this is what we want to support in our school system. We've put aside money to do this, our own money to do this, and they just need to let us pull it together and get started. I don't think the motion as it stands limits us to just a certain number of projects the way the discussion seems to be going. So I would just point out that, yeah, the motion right now says, you know, we're still committed to 17 projects, and the letter should reflect that. They just need to let us change how the money is allocated and spent. And that's all for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Any other first-time speakers on this item? Seeing none. Trustee Earhart, go ahead.
Thanks very much. So one point that came out that I think is really key is that 17 are shovel ready. And so whether it's in the motion or not, I do think it's important that the letter make note that there are 17 shovel ready projects. So it does remain shocking to me that the ministry is unwilling to support shovel-ready projects in this city at this moment in time when we're trying to build the province. And so that I remain surprised on that, and knowing that the Canada Ontario, the early learning and childcare agreement is going to continue beyond 2026. We would expect, Canadians are expecting that will continue. There will be a next phase, and I would expect that governments are negotiating that next phase. I would like to see somewhere, if not this motion, another motion, which I would support, as Trustee Shan had mentioned, our ongoing commitment and willingness to be a partner for childcare centers. And to me, partnership doesn't mean the use of proceeds of disposition. It's all public money. Currently, proceeds of dispositions have been used to fund operations because of chronic underfunding. This is the role of the provincial ministry that is responsible for provincial public assets like childcare centers co-located at schools to be funding. And so I simply wanted to make sure that point was made tonight as well, that the use of proceeds of disposition should not be a precursor to getting any capital childcare project built that's co-located on the school property. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me at all. And so I wanted to just put that forward and also highlight the 17 are shovel ready as an important point for any note to the ministry in this case. And thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee McLean.
Through the chair, I just want to build on Trustee Laskin's. If in her metaphoric equation, if X equals the 14.3 that we've approved, and Y is the portion that's already been identified by the province, then I think we should include a Z, which clearly identifies that any future costs associated with the rising cost that will incur from the time from approval till the time of completion is the responsibility of the province. This is where this whole thing, it's where it always all breaks down. Everyone approves an amount of money that everyone in the room knows is never enough money. And then we need more money, and then we fight about where the more money is going to come from. So we should be clear that when we do this, that this is they're going to own the part that they've guaranteed and the part that will increase due to the delay in having to go through the process and actually build the units. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other trustees on the list. I would ask if Trustee Chonaslin wants to wrap up any comments before we go to vote on this.
I think my one ask of staff, if this motion is successful, would be that staff working on this letter listen to the meeting so that they can hear all the excellent comments that my colleagues have made about what needs to be included in the letter. I think that probably, for the comms team working on that, will be really important because there's been a lot of context provided during the discussion.
Okay, thank you. So mover and second are already on the list. Trustee Cherneslin, Trustee Didiviris. E-scribe, please vote on e-scribe.
Cherneslin in favor.
James Lees in favor.
Trustee King in favor.
Lawson in favor.
Wilka-Rotman in favor.
Trustee Gills in favor.
Trustee Wong.
Wong in favor.
Yeah. Okay, that carries. Thank you very much, trustees, for those questions, comments. We now move on to the next item on the agenda. It's 8 staff reports, 8.1 preliminary report on the review of legacy technical and commercial boundaries. I'll pass it to the Associate Director to determine who will speak on this.
So thank you, and through the chair, I'll pass it over to Executive Officer Gowdy.
Thank you very much, Associate Director. Good evening, trustees, staff, and members of the public. Through the chair, I'm joined this evening by Senior Manager Dan Castaldo and Centrally Assigned Principal Reiko Fuentes. We are pleased to present to you the preliminary report on the review of the legacy technical and commercial boundaries. We've got a slide deck that we're going to use this evening, and Mandrika is going to bring it up shortly. The preliminary report is being presented to you tonight for information, to answer your questions, and to get your feedback. We will revise the report if necessary and submit the final report to the Planning and Priorities Committee on April 11th for approval. This review comes out of the secondary program review and is a study recorded in the long-term program and accommodation strategy. This review is an important step forward in establishing a common set of admission opportunities for secondary students across the city. We'd like to begin by thanking the local feasibility team that completed this review. The local feasibility team was large. It involved 29 members, 5 trustees, 4 executive superintendents, 5 superintendents, 6 principals, and 9 central staff. In total, over 30 meetings were held. These meetings included meetings of the local feasibility team, meetings with working groups, meetings with executives, and meetings with the community. There were 5 trustees directly involved on the local feasibility team because these trustees have the schools with the legacy technical and commercial boundaries in their wards. But we also met with trustees who have addresses in their wards that are impacted by the legacy technical and commercial boundaries. In total, 10 trustees have been engaged. We'd like to thank the members of the local feasibility team for their time, their input, their advice, and their wisdom. Further, we'd like to thank the parents, students, and community members who participated in the community consultation. We greatly appreciate the time they took to attend the evening meetings, express their views, and complete the feedback survey. Now I will turn the floor over to Dan and Reiko, who will lead us in the presentation.
Thanks, Andrew, and good evening, everyone. So on the screen is the agenda for our presentation tonight. I'm going to begin by providing the context and background on the legacy boundaries. We'll then outline the proposal to dissolve the boundaries. We'll share information about our consultation process. We will outline the implementation plan and then conclude with a summary of our next steps. Next slide, please. You can go to the next one. So the large regional, technical, and commercial boundaries that still exist in some parts of the city, they were created years ago when students were streamed into a particular type of secondary school. The collegiates would have offered an academic-focused program, technical schools historically offered vocational programming, and commercial schools focused on administrative skills. And if we fast forward to the system we have today, we aren't streaming students anymore. And for that reason, these boundaries have outlived their intended purpose and have become redundant. Commercial programming is obsolete today. It's not a program or a school type that we have in the TDSB and not something that would require a boundary. All of the former technical and commercial schools, they have reinvented themselves and they offer a fully composite secondary program, much like any other collegiate across the city. So our system has evolved, the schools have evolved, yet we still have the boundaries in place. And these boundaries, they're not used to stream students into a particular type of school anymore. They exist only to provide additional school choices to some parts of the city, whereas other parts of the city don't have those same range of options available. We also have the issue of space. So because these large regional boundaries extend right across the city, in some cases, not right across the city, but in large parts of the city, everyone that lives within them has guaranteed access to these schools. And some of those schools are running into accommodation challenges. Just as an example, enrollment at Northern Secondary School, it's substantially grown in recent years. And as a result, that school has run out of space. And it simply can't accommodate any more growth. So the status quo can't continue there because the school simply can't accommodate any more students. Danforth Collegiate and Technical Institute, as well as Central Toronto Academy, they're not far behind. Both of those schools are becoming quite full as well. So there are a few different reasons for dissolving these boundaries, but the primary reasons are that they are outdated. They are creating unnecessary accommodation pressures at some schools, and they're not equitable when we look at access from a system perspective. Next slide, please. So we have 6 schools that have legacy boundaries, and they're shown on the map here. Starting on the left-hand side of the map, we have Western Technical Commercial School in Ward 7, Central Toronto Academy and Central Technical School in Ward 10, Northern Secondary School in Ward 11, Danforth Collegiate and Technical Institute in Ward 15, and Victoria Park Collegiate Institute in Ward 14. And a full description of each of these schools can be found in Appendix A of the report. Next slide, please. So just to put the system into context, admission to most of our secondary schools, it's defined by a set of attendance boundaries, and this is through the collegiate boundaries. And these blue collegiate boundaries, they span the entire city, and that means that every address is assigned to a designated collegiate. And that collegiate is considered to be the local secondary school for each address. And we want to establish a consistent set of attendance boundaries, a single set of attendance boundaries for our secondary schools, one that promotes equity of access, which is what these blue boundaries represent. But to achieve that single set of boundaries, we have to address the legacy technical and commercial boundaries that continue to provide additional layers of guaranteed access to multiple schools for some parts of the city. Next slide, please. So this map shows the parts of the city that are covered by the legacy commercial boundaries, and this is illustrated by the yellow area on the map. And this yellow area, it doesn't indicate a specific school boundary, but rather the entire span of the commercial boundaries that still exist. So if you were to live within the shaded yellow area, you would not only have access to your local collegiate, which is determined by the blue boundary, you would also have access to a former commercial school, meaning that there is more than one secondary school attached to your address. And anywhere outside of that yellow area, they're not extended that additional layer of guaranteed access. Next slide, please. So on this map, we've layered on the legacy technical boundaries, and they're shown in red. And again, the red area, it doesn't reflect a particular school, just the full extent of the technical boundaries. And we can see that they are considerably larger than the layer of commercial boundaries. So at the extremes, they extend north to Highway 401, east to the Scarborough border, west to the Etobicoke border, and right down to the waterfront. And we can also see that there is some overlap, and that means that the area that we just saw that was covered by the layer of commercial boundaries, they also have access to another school through the technical boundaries. And once again, all of the city is not covered. Most of the city only has access to a single school, which is their designated collegiate determined by the blue boundaries. And all of these maps can be found in appendices C through F of the report. Next slide, please. And here's the list of the schools that have the legacy attendance boundaries, and this is here to draw an important distinction between the two groups of schools. Starting with the 4 schools at the top, these are the former technical and commercial schools that only have a technical or commercial boundary. So these 4 schools do not have a collegiate boundary. Starting with Central Technical School, they have a large technical boundary. Central Toronto Academy, which prior to 2014 was known as Central High School of Commerce, They have large commercial boundaries. Danforth has a large technical boundary, and Western Technical Commercial School, they actually have both. They have a technical and a commercial boundary. Now, the next two schools are slightly different in that they have a collegiate boundary. So they have a blue boundary, and on top of that collegiate boundary, they have a layer of legacy boundaries. So Northern Secondary School, they have a small collegiate boundary, but a very large technical boundary. It extends all the way up to Highway 401. It also has a very large commercial boundary. It extends all the way down to the waterfront. And Victoria Park Collegiate, it's the opposite of that. So they have a large collegiate boundary, but a very, very small technical boundary. So how we treat Northern and Victoria Park moving forward is going to look a little bit different than the other four schools. And we'll clarify that a little bit later in our presentation. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we're showing the legacy boundaries by school, and each school is shown in a different color. Starting in the east, so on the right-hand side of the map, we have Danforth in blue, Central Technical School in the middle in orange, and then Western Technical School to the left of that in pink. And Northern is at the top in green. And the technical boundary for Victoria Park Collegiate is the small red triangle that you'll see just at the northeast corner of Danforth's boundary. So you can really see how it differs in terms of size from the other four. And I just quickly want to point out another issue that emerges here, and that's a shared boundary. So that small linear boundary just north of Western Tech's boundary, they have access to all of these schools. So these addresses would not only have access to their local school through the blue boundary, but also access to 4 more schools on top of that. Next slide, please. So here are the commercial boundaries, and again, each of the schools is shown in a different color. So Northern is at the top in green, Central Toronto Academy is in purple to the southwest of that, and then Western Technical Commercial School to the west of that in pink. And all the remaining areas, they are shared areas as well, similar to what we saw in the previous map. And just as an example, the area to the south of Northern's green boundary in the lighter shade, they would have access to their local collegiate, as well as to Northern and to Central Toronto Academy. Next slide, please. Okay, so hopefully that sheds some of the background on the legacy boundaries, what they were used for, why they've become redundant, and now we're going to describe what we're proposing to do. So I'm going to turn it to Raiko to lead us to the next part of the presentation. Raiko?
Thanks, Dan. Next slide, please. So at a high level, the proposal that's been shared with you today involves dissolving the legacy technical and commercial boundaries, taking effect for students seeking admission for September 2025. This change will have no impact on students that are currently enrolled at the schools and those that are attending the school next year starting in September 2024. The proposal includes the development of a separate application for those wishing to apply to a secondary school without a boundary. This will be an additional choice added to Central Student Interest Program options and secondary out-of-area admissions. Any student admitted to a school through this application would have the opportunity to take the technical courses and any other regular course offerings that are available at the school. The new admissions processes will not have an impact on how students are admitted into special education intensive support programs such as gifted or deaf and hard of hearing programs, or on the admissions practices that are in effect for Central Student Interest Programs that are offered at some of the schools that are involved. Next slide, please. The 6 schools with legacy boundaries can be categorized into one of 2 types of schools, as Dan has already mentioned. 4 of the schools will each become, as I've mentioned, a secondary school without a boundary. The schools will be accessed through this application by applicants within the City of Toronto. Students at specific addresses would no longer have right of access or guaranteed access to the schools. The other schools, Northern Secondary School and Victoria Park Collegiate, each have that existing collegiate or blue boundary. Students residing within those boundaries will have automatic guaranteed right of access to their particular school, and other students in the long term will be able to access the schools through out-of-area admissions. Because of the very small technical legacy boundary at Victoria Park Collegiate, admissions to Victoria Park CI for those not residing within the blue local catchment area will be done through out-of-area admissions, through the out-of-area admissions application effective next year. As such, Victoria Park CI is not part of the transition plan that will be detailed shortly. Because of the small local catchment area and the significantly larger legacy boundary areas associated with Northern Secondary School, as part of our transition plan, access to Northern Secondary School will be aligned with the other 4 secondary schools without a boundary. Next slide, please. Oh, you're fast. The dissolution of the legacy technical and commercial boundaries has numerous benefits to schools and to the larger system. The removal of the boundaries will allow for preset enrollment targets that will help schools avoid extreme overcrowding, which is currently being experienced. More consistent enrollment drives more consistent staffing, which helps to ensure more predictable and continued course offerings and timetables for students. The elimination of the boundaries will put addresses across the city on the same footing, with each address leading to one collegiate option, creating the opportunity for interested students to apply from across the city to access the unique programming at any of the secondary schools without a boundary and Northern Secondary School as part of our transition plan. The change also allows us to confront some of the misconceptions that still exist about tech schools. No longer vehicles for streaming, these schools provide rich and dynamic programming that prepares all students for all post-secondary pathways, including university. It is recognized that this is a significant shift for the system, and as such, a transition plan has been developed, including feedback and input from our public consultations. Next slide, please. And I'll now ask Dan to talk a little bit about that consultation process.
Sure. Thanks, Reiko. Next slide, please. Okay, so we held 3 virtual public consultation meetings on this review. They were held in January, Tuesday, January 15th, Thursday, January the 18th, and Sunday, January 21st. And notice of these meetings was widely communicated. We shared information through TDSB Connects. Messages were sent directly from the impacted secondary schools, and we also sent a targeted email to the families of students attending over 125 elementary schools. So we had approximately 300 members of the public attend these virtual meetings, and we also made a feedback survey available, and that allowed us to collect data to quantify the feelings of the public on our proposal. And it also gave us an opportunity to receive and review written feedback that provided us with some additional perspectives on our proposal. And we have approximately 190 responses to that survey, and I'll review some of that on the next slide. But before I go there, I just wanted to point out a few additional meetings that we held. So the first was with PIAC, and that was on December 12th. And the second was with the chairs and co-chairs from all of our CACs, and that was held on February the 8th. We also held a meeting with trustees that do not directly represent the impacted schools, but whose wards would have been impacted or will be impacted if the legacy boundaries are to be dissolved. And those meetings were held on February 9th and February the 13th. So we did make efforts to consult widely and broadly on this proposal, given how far-reaching it truly is. And we wanted to hear from a range of voices to gain those diverse perspectives on the impacts of the potential change. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes some of the key statistics from the feedback survey, beginning with where the respondents live. And the vast majority, 90% of them, they reside within a legacy boundary area. There were only 10% that did not reside within a legacy boundary area. We heard mostly from parents, guardians, caregivers of elementary age students, and that group represented 77% of the survey respondents. And when we look at the responses from those that reside within a legacy boundary area, most did not support dissolving them, 76%. But when we look at the responses from those that reside outside of the legacy boundary areas, albeit much smaller, it was the opposite. The majority did support dissolving them. Next slide, please. And there were some common themes that emerged through the feedback survey, through the consultation process, and through email correspondence, and some of those are illustrated on the slide here. We heard opposition to dissolving the boundaries, but we also heard support for dissolving the boundaries. There were strong feelings about extending priority access to a series of groups if the boundaries were to be dissolved, and that included siblings, the local community, the entirety of the legacy boundary areas, students interested in pursuing technology, or students interested in pursuing other programming at one of these schools. Supporting the local collegiates was another theme that was expressed, particularly them being able to deliver robust programming for all students. And lastly, there were many that expressed their concerns about overcrowding, particularly at the nearby collegiates. And many of those schools are already experiencing accommodation pressures. And there were fears that those pressures could be exacerbated if students are no longer able to access the nearby technical or commercial school if spaces are opened up to the entire city. And a copy of all of the written feedback from the survey can be found in Appendix J of the report. Next slide, please. So now we're going to move on to the implementation. So I'll turn it to Reiko to take us through this piece.
Thank you. So in response to the feedback that was received through the public consultation and to support some significant system needs, the proposal includes a 3-year transition plan to support the dissolution of the legacy technical and commercial boundaries. The transition plan would involve setting a series of admissions priorities that would be in place for the application process for September 2025, September 2026, and September 2027. As mentioned earlier, the transition plan would be in place for 5 of the 6 impacted schools, so Central Technical School, Central Toronto Academy, Danforth Collegiate and Technical Institute, Northern Secondary School, and Western Technical Commercial School. The transition plan would be reviewed in the spring of 2027 after 2 complete admission cycles in order to determine how admissions will be overseen for September 2028. This length of time will also allow future studies and next steps that Dan will speak about shortly to be completed and put into place. Next slide, please. So outside of the 3-year transition plan, but in alignment with out-of-area admissions, 2 groups of students will be able to access secondary schools without a boundary outside of the application process now and moving forward. First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students, as well as students who are parents themselves and require access to their own child's daycare. Both distinct groups of students are accommodated outside of the timelines and processes for both out-of-area admissions and secondary schools without a boundary applications. Next slide, please. So as part of the 3-year transition plan, the first group prioritized through the application are siblings of students who are already attending the requested secondary school without a boundary as of September 2024. As is the case with out-of-area admissions, this priority is granted when an eligible sibling is attending the school and is returning to the school the following year. All eligible siblings will be seated before moving on to the next priority group. Protecting technology. Priority number 2 will serve to protect the rich technology programming that is offered at 4 of the schools. 30% of the overall number of seats in each grade will be set aside for applicants interested and committed to pursuing technological studies over the course of 4 years at the requested school. Students selected for these seats will be required to take a minimum of 1 technology-based course each year while attending the secondary school without a boundary. This priority group is not in place for Central Toronto Academy as there is no technological programming there. The 30% of seats helps to ensure that there is at least 2 cohorts of students or 60 students at a minimum that will be coming into each school each year with the focus on the technological programming. Students who are eligible for priority 3, which we'll get to in 1 second, are not eligible for this protecting technology priority. If there are more applicants for these seats than there are spaces available, the applicants that are not selected will then be considered as part of priority 4. We'll get to those 2 priorities now. Next slide, please. So priority 3 deals with locality and accommodation pressures. This priority will address applicants in close proximity to each of the secondary schools without a boundary and Northern Secondary School, and help to ensure that overutilized neighborhood schools are able to accommodate the local demand of residents. Applicants residing in the boundaries of schools that have historically sent many students to the former technical and commercial schools and that are not able at this time to accommodate an influx of additional students will be seated next. Should the number of applicants not exceed the number of seats available, all applicants in this group will be seated. So, for example, applicants living within the collegiate boundary for Humberside Collegiate will be considered priority 3 when applying to Western Technical Commercial School. Applicants living within the collegiate boundary for North Toronto Collegiate will be considered priority 3 when applying to Northern Secondary School, and so on. Applicants in this group will not be seated as part of the reserve seats for technological studies, as I just mentioned. But when seated at the school as part of priority 3, these applicants, of course, will be welcome and able to take all regular program courses, including technological courses that are offered in the school. Next slide, please. Priority 4 covers all remaining applicants living in the City of Toronto. This includes those residing within and outside of the legacy boundaries. Again, applicants that had requested priority 2 for technological studies but were not selected will be included here and have all regular course offerings and technological course offerings available to them if seated in the school. If there are more priority 4 applicants than seats remaining, a random selection process will be used to seat applicants. And if all priority 4 applicants can be seated, then and only then will applicants from outside of the City of Toronto be considered. Again, if there are more priority 5 applicants than seats available, a random selection process will be used. So I'll hand it back to Dan, who can provide a more concrete look at these priorities and how this may look moving forward for each of the 5 schools included in the transition plan.
Thanks, Raiko. Okay, so on this slide, we're showing a table that demonstrates the potential impact of the 3-year transition plan on the 5 schools that it would apply to. And the purpose of the table is to illustrate what the transition plan could look like in terms of grade 9 enrollment at each of the schools, but more importantly, to demonstrate that access for all students will be available. So moving from left to right, we're starting with an example grade 9 enrollment for each of the schools. And this number takes into consideration other factors at these schools, such as the building capacity, other programs that may be offered there, as well as an optimal utilization rate of around 90%. The second column only applies to Northern Secondary School, and this is the number of grade 9 students that could be expected within the school's collegiate boundary. So Northern is the only school that currently has a collegiate boundary, and for these students, Northern is their local school, so no application would be required. The next column is our first priority, and that's siblings, and we're showing the number of grade 9 siblings that could be reasonably expected, and this number is based upon past trends and through conversations with the school principals. The next column is our second priority, and it reflects the 30% of seats that would be reserved for students interested in pursuing technology. So these seats would be made available to students that don't fall within other priority categories, and it truly reflects an opportunity for all students. The next column is our third priority, and it reflects the number of grade 9 students that could be expected from the nearby collegiates. And these are the schools that Raiko just outlined, those that are experiencing significant accommodation pressures that we do not want to make worse. And this number, it's based upon an analysis of enrollment trends over the past 5 years. The next column is the remaining seats, and this reflects the number of available seats at each school after each of the other groups has been fully accommodated. So these are the seats that would be available to any student residing in the City of Toronto, regardless of their program interest. And we refer to these as priority 4 and 5. And the final column, it represents the percentage of seats that are available to all students. So this would be the sum of priority 2, which are the seats reserved for technology, and the remaining seats, which is priority 4 and priority 5. And that percentage, it varies depending on the school, from a low of 46% at Northern, which is only lower because the school has a collegiate boundary and has to accommodate those students, to a high of 82% at Central Technical School. The rest fall somewhere in between. So here we're demonstrating that by eliminating the boundaries and implementing a transition plan, we are able to ensure access to these schools for students and communities that have not historically had it. We're also able to balance the concerns of current families while improving access to the rest of the city and avoiding significant accommodation issues at a very small number of nearby collegiates. Next slide, please. So on the final 2 slides, we're just going to detail where we go from here, and we'll outline some future studies that involve the technical and commercial schools. Next slide, please. So these have been included in the presentation really just to demonstrate that we're not done our work, and by eliminating these legacy boundaries, we are able to create the conditions that allow us to proceed with further initiatives that will address other pressures in the system. So we're going to be looking at a new French immersion pathway into Danforth Collegiate, and that study is actually currently underway, and we're aiming to complete that work this spring. We're going to be looking at a larger collegiate boundary for Northern Secondary School, and that's to address the emerging accommodation pressures at the secondary panel in the Midtown area. We're going to undertake a study to determine a collegiate boundary for Danforth. So that school, again, does not have a collegiate boundary, but by creating one, we are able to address current and emerging accommodation pressures at the nearby schools. And if a French program is established at Danforth, we're going to be looking at further pathway changes to balance enrollment and provide French programs closer to where students live. And pending a French program and a collegiate boundary at Danforth, we are then going to review the admission restriction at Riverdale Collegiate. And our goal there would be to eliminate it. And that admission restriction has been a point of contention in that community since the early 2000s. We have future pupil accommodation reviews that include these schools, specifically Western Technical Commercial School and Central Toronto Academy, and the outcomes of those reviews could lead to further changes in those areas. And once again, we will be reviewing the transition plan in the spring of 2027, and that's going to allow us a chance to review enrollment trends and patterns to make recommendations to trustees as to how to proceed in the fall of 2028. Next slide, please. So just to close, here are the immediate next steps for this review. So again, we are sharing this for information tonight, and we will be seeking feedback from trustees on the proposal, and we'll be able to receive your feedback until Friday, March the 8th, so about a week and a half from now. And after receiving that feedback, we will be making amendments to the report and the recommendations if they are necessary. And we will be bringing back a final report to the Planning and Priorities Committee on April 11th and to regular board on April 17th for approval. And if that's approved, we will be getting right to work on a communications plan to ensure that any changes that are made to these schools are clear and understandable to the public. So that concludes our presentation, and I will turn it back to the chair for any comments or questions from trustees. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a growing speakers list. At this point, it's Trustee Dawson, followed by Trustee Arts, followed by Trustee Laskin. So we'll start with you, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, I just want to congratulate the planning team on a stellar presentation tonight. Consistently, you are a best practice in how your reports come to board. And I think that everyone should take note. This clear and concise PowerPoint is not only appreciated by us as trustees, but also the general public who do not, go through every single page of our detailed report. So I just want to make note of that. It's very greatly appreciated. I also want to thank you for allowing me to insert myself into this process and attend some of the meetings. My ward is a beneficiary in a lot of instances, depending on address of the legacy boundaries. And while there was a loud minority in opposition to these changes, there's definitely an overwhelming majority that are supportive. I did want to draw trustees' attention to Appendix J. So this is where you will see all of the comments from the feedback survey. And particularly, there's a whole section that I'm pretty sure one of my parents wrote called False Arguments 1 through, I think there's 6. So if you're in any way not convinced that this is a good idea, please have a look at the false arguments identified by a person who I'm pretty sure I know. I had a question about the reviewing of the process in spring 2027 to determine how admission will be overseen for September 2028. Is that a long enough time frame for a decision to be made and for people to apply? And I'm just wondering, is a year-ish enough? I'm just wondering where that came from.
Through the chair, as we would be looking to set admissions practices for September 2028, that actually does take place in November of 2027. So starting in the spring to have a decision made hopefully before the end of that school year, so that in the fall of 2027, as that cohort of students are getting ready, we would have clear outline as to how we'd be moving forward. So in the early spring, after completing 2 full admission cycles, we would have time to make that decision, bring our proposal to the trustees for a decision for moving forward in the fall of 2027, which would be the admissions for September 2028.
Awesome, thank you. And, just finally, I can't support this enough. So thank you so much for bringing it forward.
Okay, Trustee Arts, you're next.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Also, thank you very much to staff for the presentation. Having attended some earlier pieces where staff worked through the different types of options for transitioning and how complicated everything was. And I think it was 7 different models that we started with. This was really clear and makes really great sense. So I would say I have quite a few schools that where students access Danforth Tech. It's no longer a straight program choice, I don't believe, for most of my schools, but I know there is in the neighborhood, it is appreciated as a different option for students. I think the transition plan, especially maintaining the technical access, because most of the other schools in this area don't have that technical programming for students to access. So having that technical priority, I think, is really important for these schools. The old boards did build schools very separately, and so it's would be great for the students to have that long-term access. And I am really looking forward to the work around the French review and hopefully fixing some of the serious accommodation pressures that the other schools in the area have through the subsequent studies. I think my only question would be, I'm just not 100% clear on the nearby piece, the nearby locations for schools. So that priority group, how is the nearby criteria determined?
Through the chair, that category, we do reference it as locality, but we've also described it as a school within the regional boundary that's overutilized. And if there's a change to the admission patterns in that part of the city, and if large numbers of students aren't able to access one of these technical schools and they return to this local collegiate that is overcrowded, that is going to be a big issue for us. And an example is Riverdale Collegiate. It's 144% utilized, has 6 portables on site. Portables are on tennis courts. There is zero ability for Riverdale Collegiate to accept any local Riverdale students who would have gone to Danforth. And if they're forced out of Danforth and back to Riverdale, we have a huge pressure on our hands. Riverdale is on a tiny site the size of an elementary property. So we're trying to prevent these particular collegiates that are overutilized from becoming even more overutilized. So we've identified those as the overutilized collegiates. There's just a small number of them. So there's Riverdale, there's Humberside, there's Harvard, and there's North Toronto. So it's those schools. We want to ensure that some of the students in those areas are still going to be able to leave that local area to go to one of these technical schools. So it's preventing an exacerbation of a current pressure for us. And some of these pressures are going to be addressed over time. Like Dan mentioned, the studies that we're going to conduct next year, we're going to be looking at establishing a collegiate boundary for Danforth Collegiate. That's a new local boundary for Danforth Collegiate. That's going to help take the pressure off of Riverdale Collegiate. Similarly with North Toronto Collegiate, we're going to be looking at expanding the collegiate boundary of Northern, and that's going to address the pressure we see at North Toronto. So we don't see this need to continue identifying these overutilized collegiates as a priority going into the midterm. You know, it's a short-term pressure that we've got to manage within the transition plan.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next up we have Trustee Laskin, and that will be followed by Trustee King and Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. I really appreciate that slide that outlined the percentages of students by priority area, because when we had our conversation, I just couldn't get my head around that the whole idea of doing this was to allow for greater access. And then with the priority areas, would we really allow for greater access? So I really needed to see that, and I really thank you for that. One of the things that I'm troubled by, however, though, is your priority 4 are students that reside in Toronto, whereas our out-of-area attendance priority 4 is students that are in the board. And then we have a priority for all the City of Toronto. And I'm particularly thinking of Northern and particularly thinking of Leaside. And I don't think it's fair that you wouldn't prioritize kids in grade 8 that are already in a TDSB school before you would prioritize anybody who lives in the City of Toronto. I can tell you for a fact, some of these schools in grade 9 feed from 60 to 70 private schools that parents have chosen to leave the public system for the middle grades and then come back to the public system in grade 9. So I really would like you to reconsider that priority and prioritize grade 8 students that are in TDSB schools before residing in the City of Toronto. Because I think eventually when the transition plan ends, you're going to go back to the out-of-area attendance, and why would they be different? That would be one of the things that I really hope you would reconsider. The other piece, I think, and I know you couldn't write it in what's happening next, but you know, when we embarked on that secondary school review, one of the reasons why we did it, it's not just because there are too many secondary schools since grade 13 was eliminated. It's for access of programming. And, you know, parents and kids walk with their feet. They want to go to schools that have an abundance of programming. So they, you know, you don't necessarily want a grade 8 child to be fully baked to know exactly what they want to do, because chances are when they're in grade 8 and they graduate, they might have a career that wasn't even imagined when they were in grade 8. So I really think we need to step up the advocacy to have the province rescind, at least for us, the moratorium on school closures, so we can begin to build the kind of secondary school system. I don't know, now we have 110 schools. I don't know what the magic number will be, but I want those schools, all of them, to have robust programming, minimum 1,000 students, redraw our boundaries so that people don't clamor to go to this school or that school or this school. And within an appropriate geography, they can access the programs that they need, whether it be a collegiate that has excellent technical programs or arts programs or music programs or pottery, whatever it might be. You have to have a school of an appropriate size. And then it's not just the in-class, it's the out-of-class experience too. If you don't have the staff, you can't offer the extra and co-curriculars. And I don't think I'm an atypical student, but that's what I enjoyed most about high school. It wasn't necessarily the in-the-classroom activity. It was everything else associated with the opportunities that secondary school provided you with. So those are my comments, because when the transition plan ends, and if we haven't been able to do anything about our small size schools that don't offer the programming, we'll still be in the situation where we're going to get very disappointed constituents who will feel their kids don't have access to the programming that they need. So those are the points that I'd like to bring up. And again, thank you so much. This is not easy work, but really important work for the board. Thank you.
Up next, Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. As one of the trustees that was involved in this from the beginning, I can really appreciate how well staff have taken an abundance of information and really distilled it down into a very presentable, very digestible presentation for us tonight. So thank you for that. I also really appreciate just comments from trustees that have not been a part of this process. I think it's been so detailed, so involved, and I think for us who have been involved, our heads have been in so deep, and it's hard to kind of get a fresh perspective and make sense of certain things. So really appreciate just the fresh eyes and fresh take from others as well. I just want to comment. I think, going through this process, it was really apparent for me that this discussion was about so much more than just this particular boundary review. This was really, to me, about two related issues about managing the perception of our schools and the perception of tech. And I think you've heard a little bit from trustees already about that. But I really saw in this process that it was really about more than people and spaces and planning. It's really about attitudes and behaviors that I think that we're trying to impact. If you read through those comments from the consultation, you'll see some of the comments and some of the language that's used. And I think it's really concerning, when we have community members using terms like poor output and poor education and relating that to one of our schools, and especially when they correspond with a certain neighborhood or with a certain student population. So yes, we need to have the kind of programs that make all our schools really attractive and viable and rich, good places. But I think we also have to continue to address the elements of bias and racism that are part of that whole thinking and process and what we have to tackle. This was my first review process, and I really appreciated being at the table, not just with trustees and senior staff, but with my superintendents and principal as well. I think that they have really valuable insights, obviously, from the relationship with the community. And I think it was really important to have all those voices come together. This is the only review I've been a part of, so I don't know what that planning table normally looks like, but I hope and I encourage that we continue to put all of that together, all the good top-level thinking from the expertise that planning does, with all the really, I think, more qualitative, kind of intangible and qualitative kind of information that people close to the communities have. I really heard in there as well the way we talk about tech. Really, it's important to speak about it in a positive light, to make it something that we promote as a really good pathway for any student. So I just hope that as we continue to move through this process and through the other processes and studies that are part of the secondary review, that we're really putting the equity piece up front and giving it as much importance as the planning piece, so that we can have these kind of holistic kind of discussions, because I think we got to some really important discussions and solutions and advancement of this work through this process. So just wanted to comment on that.
Okay, up next we have Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to reiterate the words of Trustee Dawson. The presentation was awesome and pretty comprehensive, well presented. I do have a question about one of the slides where we talk about different numbers and percentages. these are expected numbers, I'm assuming, right, by priority, not a cap. So the percentage might end up being different when in reality. So for example, if one of the priorities is a local area school's pressure point, what happens if that pressure point is so high that the higher percentage gets taken up by that priority? So we haven't capped each priority, so it could end up being that outside area access, which we are hoping to improve, may not necessarily materialize if, so what is the way around it?
So through the chair, on the table, you are correct. So that is, it's an example. And some of the data in there, it is based on actual trends. So with respect to the priority collegiates, we did look back over a 5-year history at all of those overutilized schools that we had referenced. And we looked at the number of students from those areas that had attended each one of these schools. And we took the peak. So we didn't take an average, we didn't take a low or a midpoint. We took the highest number of students over a 5-year period that had attended one of these schools. And even taking that peak, we still have opportunities for students to access any one of these schools. But any one of these factors could fluctuate, and siblings is another example. So we've put in a factor for siblings that reflects current trends. But siblings, like the out-of-area admissions policy, it will be phased out, and it will be phased out over this transition period as well. So as the number of siblings decreases, the number of spaces available for anybody will increase as well. So there will be some variance and fluctuation within each one of the categories, but at the end of it all, we were confident with the percentage of seats at each one of these schools that would be available to anyone. So there might be minor fluctuation, but we are being overly cautious in the numbers that we have included in the table that you saw tonight.
Just in terms of geographical access, I know the boundaries open up, but it is still quite a bit of travel for a high school student from Northeast Scarborough, for example. Just to travel through Scarborough itself takes about 45 minutes on transit or more. So from north to the center of Scarborough. So I know we closed a number of BTIs and in Scarborough and other places. I'm aware of the ones. So is there been some thought about not just going it by sites that exist, but are there thoughts about expanding some of these programs to other sites as part of this model?
So through the chair, the majority of secondary schools in Scarborough, they are truly composite. So many of the technological opportunities and courses that are offered within the 5 schools that we are discussing tonight, those are also available at schools in Scarborough. So schools in Scarborough do have the shops and the facilities that are able to support those courses, whereas other schools in the downtown, let's say, may not have those opportunities available. So in terms of students traveling great distances, if they are interested in tech, the opportunity would now be there for them to do that. They would have to make their own way to one of these schools. But many of those programs are also available at the local collegiates when we think about Scarborough schools.
Okay. In terms of easing the, I look at the different principles of prioritizing, and it makes sense with some of the categories. The local pressure does not make sense from an equity point of view. It makes sense from a strategic or management point of view. Has there been other options explored, like boundary changes across the different collegiate to ease some of those 100% plus schools, as opposed to using BTI or technology and commercial institutions as the way to ease pressure?
Through the chair, that's the work that's going to occur in the next couple of years, where we're looking at ways to address those collegiates that have that accommodation pressure. And so immediately for next year, we'll be embarking upon 2 boundary change processes focused on North Toronto Collegiate and Riverdale Collegiate.
Okay. So is it, through you, Madam Chair, is it the understanding then the column that had the criteria of nearby collegiate pressure would significantly reduce over time if we were able to?
Through the chair, yes, that's the case.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate the work that went in. I was just asking about this earlier as well, like why did it take this long? But it's never too late do this. I know this is something that has been on the thoughts of many people for a while to relook at this from an equity point of view as one of the main work of secondary school review. So I'm glad that we're moving forward with this, and hopefully, this will mean that there's increased access for people, and going back to destigmatization of these places and institutions is critical as well as we move through providing the wholesome experience for these schools and making sure that the destigmatization is also prioritized by investment of resources. So hopefully we can have that discussion at the board to figure out what that means in terms of teacher resources, additional resources to make sure that happens. So thank you.
Up next, we have Trustee McLean, and then that will be followed by Trustee Shishkandaraja.
The chair, I just wanted to build on Trustee Laskin's question about the moratorium. Can I ask the chair or staff when the last time we advocated with a letter or formal advocacy around lifting the moratorium? And have we ever sought an exemption? Like if the province is adamant that it's required in other places in the province, have we explored the possibility of the uniqueness of the TDSB and that all the challenges it creates for us, the inefficiencies, and have we advocated recently, but particularly with the exemption in mind?
So I'll start and then perhaps pass it over to staff if they have more to add. In terms of a formal letter on this, I don't remember when the last formal letter we sent on this was, but I can tell you that we have advocated not just our own, but through OPSA. And OPSA continues to advocate on this issue on a regular basis with the ministry. Even at the last chair's call that I was on, Kathy Abraham, who's the president of OPSA, asked about the lifting of the moratorium. And it's, just to be clear, it's not all boards are in favor of a lifting of the moratorium. It is particularly urban boards like ours that are particularly eager to see this lifted. In terms of the last, have we ever sought an exemption? I would say we have done one-offs where we've gotten permission to do that. For example, in the York Memorial case, we got a permission to do that. And there have been cases like that. And I'm certainly happy to entertain this further. I think this is actually something that we have to think about, but how to do this in terms of our, I would say in terms of our budget situation. But I'll put it over to staff to add, because maybe you have more to add to what I could pull out of the top of my head.
Thank you. And through the chair, we're just having a conversation with staff. And with this one, we go through informal conversations with the ministry, particularly through our finance folks, on a fairly regular basis. And in those meetings, make no mistake about it, we're constantly advocating for the end of this particular moratorium because we know the impact that it has on our schools and on our system. We've also done it in more formal ways in previous iterations, but on a regular basis, this is a conversation with our on the finance side. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the fact it doesn't apply and there are boards that aren't interested in it is, I guess, why I'd be interested in the concept of exploring the exemption. If it doesn't have to be a universally, all the boards in the province are different. Like if something works here that doesn't work in other. Okay, I'll just leave that there and start looking for someone to write a motion for me.
Okay. I'm speechless, but fair enough. On to the next speakers list. We have Trustee Sishkandaraja, who, as far as I can see, is the last speaker on the list at this point. Please go ahead, Trustee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I disappear, bear with me. I'm just trying to put a toddler to bed. I just have a few questions that I'm not too clear about. So without the boundaries, how are we going to, and I'm of course for this, I'm just curious how this is going to look. So how will we prioritize the students that get in? So I understand sort of the list of siblings and all of that, but are we going to do a lottery? Are we going to do it similar to the special interest programs? I just want a little bit more clarification around that.
Through the chair, we have set out the priorities in terms of who we will be addressing first in terms of that placement process. The first priority of siblings, looking at all applicants with the eligible siblings as first being seated. The second grouping, the priority for technological programming, that is a fixed number of seats. And if there are more applicants requesting these seats than there are seats available, this will be a random selection process. Applicants who are not selected will, though, continue to be considered as part of priority 4. Next, looking to seat all applicants from the collegiate boundaries. And again, it has been strategic to put the technological seats first before dealing with the applicants residing in the overutilized neighborhood schools. They will, again, if seats are available, all be seated. If there are not enough seats available, there will be a random selection process. So again, each grouping will be dealt with one at a time until all seats are full, if that is indeed the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing from the comments, and again, very helpful, the Appendix J or whichever one Trustee Dawson was talking about, I found really helpful. And one of the comments was that these students were using this to avoid their local schools, but they're not really going for the technical programs. So if they're not in the technical programs, do we remove them from, like, do we keep track or do we allow them to continue to stay? How do we know that they're taking the courses that they said they were going to take?
Through the chair, students attending these schools may be taking technical courses, they may be not taking technical courses, but they would not be asked to leave the school if they were not pursuing courses in technology. And to my knowledge, I don't believe that is something that is tracked on a school-by-school or student-by-student basis. Moving forward, that said, it is something that we would certainly be tracking, given that we are setting targets for students interested in pursuing technology, and that's something that we do have the capability to do within our student information systems.
Thank you. And from the report, it said that Northern got $1 million to sort of address some of the enrollment pressures. Will this change mean that they'll still be receiving that $1 million, or will these changes sort of fix some of those pressures that require that $1 million?
So through the chair, the investments at Northern, they are to deal with an urgent accommodation pressure that exists right now. So these are internal renovations to underused spaces within that building to accommodate the kids that are at that school currently and that we are projecting to be in that school for the 2024 school year. Moving forward, if the legacy boundaries are dissolved for Northern, then we do have some semblance of control over enrollment there to avoid this from happening in the future. So the goal of dissolving the boundaries when it comes to Northern would be to introduce stability at that school to avoid overcrowding that they are experiencing right now.
Okay, and could I just on that, through the chair, can I get an explanation for why Northern is being treated differently? I know this is a question.
North Toronto.
Through the chair, apologies, we didn't hear the question. If you could just repeat that.
Sure. I just want to know why Northern is being treated differently within the report. I'm not familiar with the area or technical schools since we don't have them in Scarborough. But it just wasn't clear to me why it was being treated differently.
So through the chair, Northern is being treated differently because Northern has a collegiate boundary. So it has a blue collegiate boundary. So it is a local collegiate for students residing within that boundary. The other schools that we are speaking to, primarily Central Tech, Central Toronto Academy, Danforth, and Western, they do not have a collegiate boundary, so they are not considered to be local schools. They only have these large legacy boundaries. Northern is different because Northern has all three. It has a collegiate boundary, a technical boundary, and a commercial boundary. So if we dissolve the legacy boundaries, then Northern would continue to have its collegiate boundary, and it would admit students from within that boundary.
Thank you. And my last question is, I know there were some concerns for parents that, these changes are made for 2025. Will the students coming in get the course offerings that they would have if they, with the previous boundaries?
Through the chair, yes.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I believe the response was yes, they will.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our speaker list. So I would like a mover and a seconder for this report to be received. Thank you, Vice Chair Shin and Trustee Williams. And with that, we will open the vote on this item.
Tristan Naraja in favor.
Lee is in favor.
Chernis Lynn in favor.
Volker Rotman in favor.
Trustee Patel in
Laskin in favor. Doesn't come out.
King in favor.
Oh, there it is.
King.
Favor.
Volker Rotman said yes.
She said yes. Pay was in favor. Trustee Nunziata, how do you vote? In favor. Trustee Ghost, Trustee Lee, Trustee Patel.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Hastings is in favor. So I think we'll just mark Trustees Lee and Ghost absent. She was in favor.
Trustee Lee voted in favor.
Oh, thank you, Trustee Lee. And that has carried unanimously. So we are now at the written notices of motion for consideration. We have two this evening. We're first going to go to item number 9.1. This is a ban ads for gambling, moved by Trustees Laskin and Arts. Trustee Laskin, would you like to begin by speaking to this?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Given the late hour, I really am not going to repeat the powerful deputations that we heard from John Sewell and Bruce Kidd. Everyone received their written deputation as part of the package tonight. I feel really strongly that this is a really important issue to tackle as a school board who cares about students' mental health and well-being. I think the motion is wide enough in terms of be it resolved that when the chair writes the letter to provincial and federal leaders, we will take points from the white paper that Sewell and Kidd wrote. We will reference much of what they said in their deputations. And this is one, too, that I, although it's not here and at this hour, I don't want to do any amendments, but this is one that I'd like very much to hear from the student trustees on. So in crafting the letter through you, Madam Chair, I ask that you touch base with the student trustees and maybe a quote from them could be included within the letter, and I'm sorry I didn't think about it previously. The other thing I'm sure each of us has a personal story that we've heard from somebody, a friend or a family member, an acquaintance or a neighbor, who they themselves or their child or spouse got in deep with a gambling addiction or another kind of addiction. And I really think that the proliferation of ads to our young people that see is really problematic. And I think we should do what we can to stop it. I thought it was a really insightful question. And I apologize, I don't remember which colleague asked about what advocacy is there that parents and community can also do. And I think part of that I'll follow up with George Curtis, who has already met with Bruce Kidd and John Sewell to talk about the phys ed curriculum and where gambling falls within it and the kinds of lessons. And if there can be some sort of information that also can get prepared to go home to families on it. So I think I'll stop there. And I urge, if you weren't able to listen to the deputations, I urge you to read before the board meeting the paper that John Sewell and Bruce Kidd wrote. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay. I know we also have the other mover on this is Trustee Arts. We do have a speakers list started, but Trustee Arts, do you wish to speak to this just before we start the speakers list?
Thank you. I think Trustee Laskin did an excellent job. I will just say that I know we know from published studies, and I think many of us also know from personal experience that addictions of any kind significantly affect children and families. Addictions in many forms affect our youth, and if there's something that we can do at this level, at our level, to help prevent that, I think we should be doing all that we can. It's up to our different levels of government to really make the big impact in terms of regulations and laws, and we should be asking for that. And I do look forward to, as Trustee Laskin said, the work coming from our own staff on how we help prevent this at the local level. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Arts. Okay, first up on the list, we have Trustee King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I think this is just such smart and important work, and I'm really grateful to Mr. Kidd and Mr. Sewell for coming in and making the time to speak directly to us and share that information. I think Trustee Laskin is absolutely right. I know that, for myself, I don't have to think far back or reach far to see those personal stories. I've seen how gambling really stresses families and can lead to the breakdown of families in a way where children are really suffering those impacts. And I think if there's anything that can be done to restrict and not normalize this kind of behavior in the environment of children, I think that's a really responsible position to take. This was really timely for me. I had the opportunity to talk to parents in my ward about this who were shared all the same concerns and were very supportive. I also heard a really unfortunate story from a parent in my ward whose underage son went onto what he thought was a legal, legitimate gambling site, but wasn't. It turned out to be more of a scam that successfully took his money. So, it's a different issue, but it just shows you how it's a really slippery scale, and it opens up into other kinds of predatory scams, and just another kind of slippery slope that kids can go down just from being exposed and wanting to engage in this kind of behavior. So again, I think that the restriction just helps in a multitude of ways. The other thing that came to mind for me is just that I think this advocacy is great. I don't know that we've ever really talked about gambling as part of in our system before. And, you know, I know that we have policies around, you know, not having alcohol advertising or other things like that. And I think I would just want to know that if as a board we're putting our voice and our name behind this advocacy, that we also are holding the same kind of expectation and accountability for anybody that we are working with. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that, I think, for now. So again, to the movers, just thank you for, this is really great. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to pass the chair so that I can ask a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you. I'd also like to add my thank yous to the mover and seconder for bringing forward this motion and also to the delegates this evening. I actually feel like this has been, it was coincidental that it worked out this way. I don't think it was planned this way, but it was coincidental for me at least that this came, this motion was first brought up and started talking about around the same time that we started talking about creating a new policy on cell phones. And when that happened, I had parents who emailed me and reached out to me about their concerns around cell phone use in schools. Part of that was related to gambling that their kids were involved in on their cell phones during school time, particularly related to sports betting in particular, and that this was a particular issue for boys that I was largely unaware of. I would admit I didn't really realize how common that is for kids. And I certainly know it's become really a huge issue for adults, and there have been changes in professional sports and marketing and advertising and stuff, but I didn't realize how pervasive it was for kids. So I think it's really something that we have to tackle, and no pun intended, and reckon with and educate about, and also take a stand on. One of the things that the delegates brought up today was how there is work being done at the federal level around this, and urging us to add our voice at the federal level. And I know we are sharing this with OPSA, but do we ever share this with the National School Boards Association? Do we ever share our
Canadian School Boards Association?
The Canadian School Boards Association. It's past my bedtime, Trustee Laskin. But I guess I'm just wondering, do we ask OPSA to do that in this, or do we want to add that to it, given the importance and link that was raised tonight around the federal issue on this?
I think you can just do it.
We'll just add it. Could we add a part D then that asks, can we just add it to part C then? Can I just ask that we add that we also share it with the Canadian School Boards Association?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are we able to just add that in? That would just be my comment based on that. I worry, I know we're saying a lot of things in meetings about adding things in and that we'll remember, but my memory isn't really great at 10:30 at night. So I just want to make sure we tick off that box. Thank you. That was my real comment.
Okay, I'll pass the chair back to you.
Okay, I'm seeing that we're at the end of the speakers list. I'm just wondering if that part is being added into part C. Okay, thank you. So we'll just give it a minute for it to be added in, and then we'll open the vote on this item. So we can now open the vote on this item. Thank you very much to staff for working on that on the fly.
Susan Raja in favor.
Lee is in favor.
Chernis Lynn in favor.
Wilka Rotman in favor.
Kay in favor.
Trustee Patel, how do you vote?
I'm in favor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. He was in favor. He was in favor. He already. Lee was in favor. And that has carried 19-0. Up next, we have item number 9.2. This is the review process on literature review on meritocratic perceptions of public education and diverse learning opportunities. This is being moved by trustees Pay and Hastings. I will move the floor over to trustee Pay as the mover first, and then if the seconder wishes to speak, he can go next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, I am bringing a motion as I think it's important to establish the facts around the 2023 literature review on meritocratic perceptions of public education and diverse learning opportunities. This was an official document written by the TDSB Research Department. It was presented to the board last May. If it's not for an independent analysis by a community member, it would never come to the light that 55% of the document was plagiarized. More than half of the text was copied from external sources without correct attribution. The official goal of the document was to educate trustees, but 20% sources presented in the review were complete made up. An irony here is that this document that criticized merit in public education violated basic principle of research integrity. Another irony is that apparently the TDSB academic honesty policy applies to the students, but not TDSB staff. The revelation of plagiarism and fake quotations was widely reported in news articles, TV, radio talk shows, and social media. All of it causes significant reputation harm to our board. And the lack of serious reactions continues to cause further harm. So far, disappointingly, there has not been a public correction or explanation by the research department. The message to the public that the TDSB research is capable of plagiarism, but incapable of dealing with it when caught red-handed. Parents, students, and community members have a lot of questions about this review. Here are some of them. Number one, what was the purpose of this literature review? What was its request by trustees? If not, then by whom and why? Number two, who reviewed and gave a final approval for the report? Were there any consequences taken? Number three, how much did this document cost? Number four, why does the entirety of information that came to trustees consist of 2 brief emails immediately after the fact? Number five, perhaps the most pressing, what measures are being taken currently to make sure it won't happen again? It goes without saying that trustees rely on staff to provide truthful and accurate information. We needed to perform our fiduciary duty to the public. In order to have a healthy and productive relationship, we need to trust that staff does their job properly. Trust is a key word here. We must restore it to move forward, but we cannot restore trust without learning first how much unthinkable fraud could have happened, and second, what is being done to stop it from happening again. Another key word is accountability. There's no good governance without accountability. I hope that trustees would agree with me that we have a sacred trust and duty to the public as elected officials and public servants. We must do better. This little review damages the reputation of TDSB, its trustees, and the staff. We must restore trust between us, the staff, and the public. The motion is the first step. My dear colleagues, I hope you can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Hastings, do you wish to speak to this?
Just a couple of words. I can't improve on what was said across the aisle, except for one thing, and it's a word, RESPECT, and without it, we're toast. We're nowhere. We don't respect ourselves. We don't respect others. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we will open the floor to questions from trustees. Trustee Pei, you just spoke, so if you want, I can put you on at the end as the mover. Trustee Laskin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure report is necessary. Can we hear from staff tonight?
Staff, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, for the opportunity to provide information related to Trustee Pei's motion. Staff are certainly prepared to respond to the questions outlined directly this evening, so trustees do not need to wait for a report. The information that I am sharing now has been shared previously with trustees, and statements also appeared in media that include much of the information I will share orally again this evening. On May the 25th in 2022, the Board of Trustees approved Policy 100, the student interest programs. Guiding principle in the policy reads, and I quote, "The board is committed to providing equitable access to learning opportunities for all students. This includes our ongoing commitment to truth and reconciliation, human rights, equity, anti-racism, and our commitment to combating anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, and all other forms of racism and discrimination." In the spring of 2023, staff were preparing a report to the Board of Trustees presented on May the 24th in 2023 to the Planning and Priorities Committee. The report provided information on the first year of implementation of the Central Student Interest Programs. In its design, the report shared progress to date, data, and addressed questions and concerns related to the new admissions process. As part of the planning of the report, staff included a literature review on meritocracy, which aligned to one of the guiding principles in the policy that I just quoted. Staff anticipated questions related to the guiding principle, and so the purpose was to provide context for trustees. Similarly, staff provided Appendix N, a legal opinion regarding the implementation of priority groups, in anticipation, again, of questions from trustees. To be clear, the implementation of Policy 100 was not based on the report from May 24th, 2023. This report was an update on the first year of implementation. The report included 14 appendices, among them a literature review, which was completed separately from the update itself. On May the 25th, we learned that the literature review contained multiple citations that were incorrect, or in some cases missing entirely. This was a serious departure from the professional standards and academic integrity of the TDSB. At the time, we shared that the researcher who authored the literature review is no longer contracted by the Toronto District School Board. The literature review contained information from dozens of reputable sources, including leading academic researchers in the field of education, and we regret that these serious citation errors distracted from the important concepts summarized in the review and the success highlighted in the report itself. All the articles referenced in the report are valid. The review of the report, Literature Review on Meritocratic Perceptions of Public Education and Diverse Learning Opportunities, was edited, redrafted, and reviewed over the production period. However, the initial draft, where the citation issues were embedded in the first place, was not reviewed for the type of citation errors that this report had due to the unusual nature of plagiarism as it relates to professional research and scholarship. Put another way, the issue that occurred is a career-ending activity for professionals involved in research. You would not expect nor plan for your colleagues or associates to be committing this kind of error and conducting of research. Since that time, the research department has strengthened document review processes. Once a report is written, it is now analyzed using software to identify any potential errors or omissions in citations, non-original content, and misuse of content. Our reports continue to be peer-reviewed in order to meet the standards of rigor, validity, and reliability for reports drawing on quantitative methods as well as authenticity, trustworthiness, and plausibility, for reports drawing on qualitative and mixed methods research. The reports are written in a team-based approach. The report was drafted by TDSB staff, so accordingly there are no costs or expenses to be calculated. At the time of the literature review, the person was a temporary employee in a casual assignment submitting timesheets for hourly wages. Through you, Chair, I hope that has been a transparent account. Once again, that again has appeared in statements to media as well as updates through Trustee Weekly that we provided in January in regards to the next steps the research department has taken. We take the occurrence of this extraordinarily seriously. Once again, our commitment is to be supporting the mission and the policy as outlined, and to be ensuring that all materials published by our research department meet the standards that we expect. Thank you.
Trustee Laskin, you still have the floor.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. So I just want to summarize from my perspective. The actual policy on the central interest programs was a decision made by the board in May of 2022. What I heard from staff was that the casual employee who presented this work no longer worked for us, and that staff have put into place checks and balances now within the research department for all employees, not just casual employees, that will prevent this, to the best of our ability, from happening again in the future. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting the motion.
Trustee King, you're next on the list.
Thank you, through the chair. My questions were actually answered. Thank you to staff. I think you did a good job just expanding on the information that was already provided. And I am satisfied that there's been learning and the right measures put in place to prevent this from happening again. Thank you.
Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to echo my colleagues' sentiments that I am appreciative of staff for reiterating and elaborating on the measures that have been taken and put in place, and I'm satisfied that the motion or the questions in the motion have been answered, and I therefore will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Can I pass the chair to the vice chair?
Go ahead, Trustee Cheneslin.
Thank you. I have a question for staff with respect to the information provided this evening by you. And much of it was information we have heard before. But one of the questions still remains with me. You know, there was a comment this evening that this was a casual employee with a lower, like with not a huge expenditure of money, but did we ever try to recoup? Like, was the employee paid for this work, or what happens in a case like this? I think it is a fair question to ask. Like, we were not delivered the product that was expected or requested. We were delivered a product that was faulty and that did cause reputational harm. So have we tried to, like, were they paid? Have we tried to address that? Am I allowed to ask that?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Associate Director Pond to respond to that. Thank you.
Through the chair, solely because of the subject matter of the question that you just asked, it would be advisable that an answer to that question be discussed in closed meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would request that we go into private so that trustees are aware of what's happened.
Madam Chair, oppose the idea to get this meeting to private, because this is a report be put on the floor in public to all trustees. So we had to be transparent to the public. We have to show the public we're accountable.
So trustee,
please do not, I would against to move this session to private.
so I am comfortable to not move this into private, given that staff has provided the information that they can provide publicly. I think we've had the best answer we can have from staff on that issue publicly, based on the answer I was just given from the Associate Director.
You know, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I don't think the staff really provide answer related to my motion at all. Because the staff said, okay, they do the research by hiring a temporary staff on hourly wages, and then they approve the report without even any oversight at all. Is this a type of our way to conduct our research?
Trustee Pei?
Yeah?
There's no motion to move into private yet, and so it was a suggestion that was explored, but we don't have a motion, and we don't have a seconder to go into so we're not debating whether we are going into private or not right now.
So, okay, then just remain public.
Yeah.
Let all the public hear our
Trustee
conversation.
Trustee Pei, so Trustee Cheneslin still has the floor, and she's going to continue in the public meeting. So there's no motion to go to private at this time. It's not been seconded, so we won't need to debate that as a topic at this point.
So I'm just looking over at the Associate Director, I think perhaps wanted to speak, so I would ask the chair if.
Yeah, if the staff can reiterate what can be told about the staff position, that would be helpful.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei, hoping to be providing reassurance. Again, trustees, we take this very, very seriously. What I articulated previously is that the individual was a casual assignment who submitted hourly wages. So we weren't paying for a product. I hope that clarifies matters. And in regards to speaking about personnel, it is a personnel matter, and that is generally when information does come to the board, we would need to be making sure that we were honoring privacy, and that would be required to be in a private session. But I feel that the question has been answered thoroughly by staff. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do not agree with that.
Sorry.
I don't,
Thank you, Trustee
not the
Pei.
chair at the moment, just to clarify.
Okay.
Trustee Pei. Trustee Jonas-Lynn, do you have some more time? Do you have any more questions?
No, I think given if there are other trustees who feel they want information in private session, they can make that request. But I'm comfortable with what staff has provided at this point. Okay, so I'm going to take the chair back. We have two trustees on the list who haven't asked questions yet. We have Trustee Sriskandarajah and then followed by Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you for Trustee Pei for bringing this motion forward, and I appreciate his relentless pursuit for transparency. And I think in an organization this big, transparency is really important. And sometimes we need that sort of energy to jolt us towards that. However, I do feel staff have done an adequate job of answering these questions. And in our effort to be more fiscally responsible, I think the best use of staff time might not be on this particular report, since we have many important items that we need to continue with this, before the end of the school year. So in that spirit, I won't be able to support this because I do think staff have answered the questions. But thank you for making sure that we hold our institution to high standards, which I think there's been good changes that have come from this, and it's been a good learning lesson from all of us. And that's sort of how we learn through our mistakes. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Trustee Lee, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair now, correct? Yes. To the Associate Director, I had a question over the need to protect privacy to answer, the question that was asked before. Given that this is a casual employee who's made an error and has now been dismissed, I believe, what privacy are we protecting on this one?
Through the chair, Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, and also Section 207 of the Education Act, subsection 2, subsection B. Disclosure of intimate personal or financial information in respect of a member of the board or committee or an employee or prospective employee or a pupil or guardian. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. And can I just ask another question following how this person or individual was recruited? Do we have information on why this individual was recruited, what purpose the position served, and how we selected the individual? And through Madam Chair, sorry.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Lee. When a department has what we call peak volume and a demand for publishing documents, we will rely on a recruitment process and augment with contracted staff to make sure that we're fulfilling the obligations for the board. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, how was this individual selected? What qualification did they have? I kind of just want to understand how, what that thought process was, and what brought this person into this position to drive this report, because it was quite an influential one.
Through the chair, respectfully, I will reiterate what I mentioned earlier about our inability to speak in public of any personal matter, personal information that relates to an employee, former employee. Through the chair, if I could add to that, just again to provide reassurance, through the chair to Trustee Lee, our typical process would be to be creating a posting, putting that out for applications. We establish criteria, Trustee Lee. We would be conducting interviews and score the individual based on their interview and their resume and their qualifications. It would be typical for an individual to be pursuing accreditation in this type of position for a PhD in research. So they would have been considered in a bank of other candidates, and obviously we would choose the successful candidate and then pursue an offer and engage with people and culture to develop payment process through timesheets and so on. So the process really is the same process for all employees that we would be hiring to the board. Thank you.
All right. Okay. That makes sense. My understanding is that this individual most likely had a doctorate degree in some type of a research, this is probably not private, but do we know if the successful candidate have ever worked at the TDSB before? Was this an internal hire, or have they worked at another school board or ministry?
Yeah, through the chair to Trustee Lee. So Trustee Lee, any response we're not able to share about the individual person, but I can take it to a higher level if that's, as I responded to my last question, I could talk about process, but not about the individual. I hope you understand.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, no, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lee. Up next, Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you, Chair Chonaslin, and thank you, Trustee Pei, for bringing this motion forward. I do feel that number of questions are very specific and very direct, and the answers have been provided. And I think some of these answers were provided earlier in different settings, but since you presented all of them together in a statement, if it's possible through you, Madam Chair, to ask the staff to include that script into our Trustees Weekly or something, so there is that response, the de facto report in a way that answers some of these things at this point of time, and it's clearly articulated for any future reference as well. It's already on the public realm, it's been read, but instead of somebody transcribing it, we're providing that content. I take this very seriously, as somebody who's been in teaching and who thinks this has to be held to high standard. But having said that, it was a contracted employee, which is different from a consultant in terms of recovery and accountability around paid employees. And when they do finish and they're not here, we don't have the way of remedy and all this stuff becomes much more difficult, as you know, as many of us who have employed staff would know that, if somebody's hired to do some work over a period of time and the work was not satisfactory and they left the job, it's not something I can go back and ask that person to pay back their wages to do for the work that was asked to do. But having said that, I think the remedies that have been put in place to make sure that we screen these reports properly, we vet them for accuracy, we maybe have more supervisory meetings with new staff so that they can actually be able to know the level of standard that's necessary in the work and the kind of impact that this has had at the reputation. So it's also a teachable moment for the research department and others to take this as a case study to say, what a particular, error, that what could be called quote unquote error, could result in a lot of harm to an institution that is this large, and so on. So it's important to take these lessons. But having said that, I agree with Trustee Sri Skandaraja. We have a few more months left in this term, and not in this year, and we have a lot of businesses to finish and a lot of meetings coming, and we have all asked staff to do multiple other things as well from this particular table. So in line of priorities that we've asked the staff to take on, I do think that this has been answered well enough that so we can actually go into looking at the other priorities as well. So I do think that written statement that was presented here would be suffice in terms of moving forward from this from this discussion. Thank you.
Can I have a motion to extend for 15 minutes? Thank you, Trustee McLean. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. All in favor? Any opposed? You have a motion on the floor. I'd remind you, Trustee Hastings. We're in the midst of a vote, so hold your thought. We can add you to the list if you wish to speak on the motion. But right now, we're on extension. Any opposed besides Trustee Hastings to extension? Okay, not hearing. Oh, Trustee Dawson. Okay, so 2 opposed. That has carried. Trustee Hastings, do you want to be added? Do you wish to speak to the motion on the floor?
I would, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to call, I'd like to call the question, and I'd like to have the answers or the answer recorded. Is that possible?
To have a recorded vote?
And I will tell you the.
No, we're in committee. That's just for board.
I still like it recorded, and I'd like to tell you why.
It's not in our bylaws, so.
I know it's not in our bylaws. I deal with, if you don't mind me saying, I deal with a lot of kids on the wrong side of the track. If they had done what was done here, they would have been punted out of the school system and gone to I don't know where. So I would like to say I'm voting in the affirmative to this motion.
So when the vote opens, you can vote whichever way you wish.
There you go.
And there's a way to capture that.
And yeah, and there is you can capture it if you wish, but unfortunately, we can't do recorded vote at committee because it's not in our bylaws. Trustee Pay, I think you wanted to be on the list again. Am I correct?
Madam Chair, I just want to have some clarification. Does that mean I only have 5 minutes to ask a question and then make my final statement? Or I can have 5 minutes, ask question, and then make my final statement?
You can get on, we're at committee, so I can remind you, you can get on the list multiple times.
Chair, I believe calling the question is appropriate in committee, is it not? Just the recorded vote.
The trustee, it has to be a trustee who has not spoken. He spoke,
You can't call
so you cannot call a question.
He spoke at the beginning. He spoke at the beginning.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for the qualification. So another trustee.
So right now, I can put you, whom I'm putting Trustee Pay, I've told Trustee Pay he can be back on the list. Please go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, I want to clear is I can ask a question right now, and then I can make my final statement, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't think the staff really answered my question in my motion. I give the reason why. First of all, I think this report is just totally waste of resources, because the true waste will be only know if we investigate both the cost and the underlying reason for the report. This report does not make sense to support decision-making as the decision was already made. This report doesn't make sense as the review of the decision because decision was not actually discussed. The word lottery does not even appear in the report. The report also doesn't make sense as an orientation to new trustees because it, again, didn't discuss actual decision and situation at TDSB. There is simply no good reason why this particular report would have been created at the first place. I think this needs to be explored in additional to the cost. So my first question to the staff through you, Madam Chair, who really commissioned this report, for what purpose?
Through you, Chair, to Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, I'm going to once again articulate that staff were planning to bring a report to the May 24th, 2023 PPC committee meeting. And in our planning, we were, as we do, anticipate questions for trustees and provide the necessary information. That we take that duty very seriously. We thought the report would be very much connected to the policy to explain the why of the policy for trustees. And another example was Appendix N, where we provided a legal opinion. So once again, we were anticipating questions. That is the why. In regards to the cost, I think that has been talked about quite extensively. So I trust that was clear for you. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, I don't understand what does the staff mean the cost. I'm asking the cost number. I understand this person was paid an hourly wage, but hourly wage, it means what is really the hourly wage at all? So hourly wage could be $100,000 per hour, and then this person done 100 hours, then we're talking $1 million here. So what are actual cost? Why is the cost so difficult? Why we don't have number here? I thought we're a data-driven institution. We always talk about numbers. Why is the staff reluctant to give me the number? Please, just give me the number. Please, just give the number to the public. Please, just give the number to the taxpayer. They paid for your job. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Pei, if I may speak frankly, this was an hourly employee. We have not done the calculation as far how many hours the individual would have invested in creating this report, nor have we calculated the individual's hourly salary and done that multiplication because it was not considered relevant for us to repair the reputational harm that had happened and the necessary process steps that we wanted to put in place. So that is why we've not done that calculation. What I can share with you in contextually, this would have been a minimal cost in the scheme of what we look at the salaries for our school board. And it was not, again, relevant to making us move forward in a whole way, in a very strong way, to make sure this does not happen again. Thank you.
So you, Madam Chair, you do hear that. The staff does not have the number for the cost. The staff did not make any attempt to recover that cost. So they did not answer my question in my motion. Please, through you, Madam Chair, staff need to provide report to the trustees and to the public and to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Through the chair, this is not a question that staff are able to answer.
Thank you. Do you have further, are you finished your questions, Trustee Pei?
No, Madam Chair. Okay, since I'm not getting the answer from my motion numbers 3 and 4, so there's a reason I'm going to ask another question, the results of accountability measures taken. So what kind of accountability been taken here? Who really oversight on this? Who really need to take a responsibility for this? Who really allow this plagiarism and fraudulence happen at the TDSB, the largest school board in Canada? Thank you.
And through the chair, Chair Noslin, I feel that this question was asked and answered.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm really disappointed. As elected trustees, as a person representing the parents at the TDSB, if this is the type of answer I'm getting, I'm sure a lot of parents is going to be very angry because they're not getting the real answer. Okay,
So
anyway,
Trustee-
I'm going to move on to
Trustee
another
Pei,
one.
I would just remind you that with at least one of those questions, you were offered the chance to go into private. If you wish to go into private,
No,
that's your-
sorry, Chair. I don't want to do private because we are talking public transparency. We're talking about public accountability. We're talking public trust.
But we
It's been
also,
broken.
but Trustee Pei, we also have been told we have to follow the Education Act and the rules of law around employee.
I understand, you know, Madam
So
Chair.
I just would
could
respectfully
you-
remind you of
Could
those
you please stop the clock? Because when you're speaking, the clock is ticking. You're taking my time. Could you put it like 30 seconds back? Thank you.
Just a reminder also, we're in committee, so you can go back on the list if you wish
Oh,
to go
sure.
back
Okay,
on the
great
list.
then. Okay, thank you. Okay. I understand the staff talking the Education Acts, but Education Acts does not prohibit from discussing the matter which was discussed in public already. If a public matter, we need to discuss in the public forum, not in private, to ensure transparency and accountability. The trust is broken. Let's repair that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Please put me back on the list.
Okay, we have a few more trustees. I need a motion to extend. Is that what you're going to tell me? No. Trustee McLean and then Trustee DeVitis.
Thank you through the chair. I haven't spoken to this matter, and I would like to call the question, please.
Trustee DeVitis has not spoken yet, and he's on the list. So I can come back to you on that, but I need to go to Trustee DeVitis first. Trustee
Through the
DeVitis.
chair, Trustee McLean beat me to it. I was going to call a question. So take me off the list, please.
Okay, I just want to ask Ms. Joseph Dowers one question.
Doesn't matter. We both want to do the same thing.
So, do we have to get a seconder? Trustee McLean called the question. So do we have a seconder for calling the question? Is that Trustee DeVitis?
Trustee DeVitis, yeah.
Okay. Or Trustee Hastings, who called it earlier? I don't know. Okay, all those in favor, and I just want to remind people we need 2/3 majority.
Sorry, I have a question of clarification. Are we allowed to call to question in a committee meeting? I thought it was only for board. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken.
It's, according to Ms. Joseph Dowers, and we've got the bylaws in front of us, we cannot end a meeting at board by calling the question. I think because you can only speak once anyways at board, at committee you can speak multiple times, and so that's why we have this provision in the board, in the bylaws.
Thank you for the clarification.
So now we'll be voting, there's no debate also on calling the question, just so people are aware. That's also in the bylaws. But we need a 2/3 majority to end debate by calling the question. So all those in favor of calling the question?
Trustee Lisi in favor?
Mr. Scamarro's in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
2/3.
In favor.
Trustee Arts, did you vote? Okay.
In favor?
Trustee Suskandaraja, Trustee Patel, how do you vote? Trustee Wong?
I'm in favor.
Wong voting in favor.
Trustee Hassan, how do you vote?
Trustee Patel against.
Trustee Hassan against.
I haven't voted. I'm against. Trustee Shen is against. One, two, three, four, five. He was 4. He was in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just doing some math. Just give us a moment. Well, some people aren't answering. Did anybody not vote? Trustee Local-Rotman, did you vote? She's not there anymore. Okay. So she doesn't count. There's 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10. How much is Okay, so that has carried. And so now we're going to vote on the motion.
Madam Chair, do I have make a final statement?
Unfortunately, because the question was called, no.
Okay, can I ask for recorded? Yeah.
So as I explained earlier, when because Trustee Hastings requested that as well at the beginning, we don't do recorded vote in committee. It doesn't stop you from taking a photo if you wish to do that, when it flashes.
Okay.
But that's only at board that we have recorded vote.
Only temporarily. It's only temporarily on eScribe.
The vote has already the vote is opened. So we're not having to, there's so many people are talking. The vote has opened on item number 9.2.
Suskandaraja again.
Chernis Lynn against.
McLean against.
Trustee Lee in favor. I'm not getting the vote on my eScribe.
Against. I voted on this one.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Okay, we're done.
Trustee Wong, Trustee Williams, Trustee Patel, we're waiting for your votes.
Trustee Patel in favor.
She's on this. She's still on the screen. Trustee Wong, how do you vote? Oh, she voted. Thank you. Sorry.
I don't want. It's just a point of making.
And that has been defeated. 7
Through Madam Chair is, I want to move this by minority report to the full board.
So let the record show, do we need a seconder on a minority report? Okay, so let the record show that there's been a minority vote recorded, a minority report recorded. Which brings us to our last item of business, which is adjournment. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Williams and Trustee Hastings. All those in favor? Any opposed?